Hello, welcome to Maupiti Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Drawn great to see you. So, I came prepared this week with 4 carefully crafted save files. I decided the best use of my time between streams was to go through the game and save at 4 different points with like the ideal route through the game that I am currently aware of. So we got 4 different like time periods during the course of the 2 days of the game. And at each point I have as many conversation topics unlocked as possible. And Unsecret Crush. Oh my gosh. Unsecret Crush, thank you for 30 months of support. Maupiti Preparedness, you got it. Colinaire, oh my gosh. Colinaire says, 15 months of Maupiti Island, what a ride. Hard to believe it's been so long. Thank you so much for 15 months of support, Colinaire. My headphones keep doing a weird crackly thing. I might have to investigate this real quick. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. KW77. Thank you so much for 5 gift subs. I appreciate that so much. To Aurora Beam, Imagine a Bit, The Culting, Zorenheimer, and Vinyl Minty. Thank you so much for all your support. And Valis. This is so many all at once. Thank you so much, Valis, for 30 months of support. I appreciate all that greatly. Oh my gosh. K-Dubs. Thank you for your own sub this time. Greatly appreciated. Let me scroll up and make sure I didn't miss anyone. Culinary, I don't think I said hello to you. My speakers came to unplug during a dog battle. Oh no. I'm glad you sorted out your audio issues. Culinary, thank you so much for the 200 bits. The Swamp Gator loves those, and I appreciate them very much. Happy Tuesday to you too, K-Dubs. So, what the heck was I saying? So yeah, I've got 4 save files. We're currently in the first of these save files. So this is earlier on. It is a little bit before 6 p.m. on the first day. Let's see, I have notes about when I saved each one. Somewhere. So we've got, the first save is actually at 4:45, but time has passed while I was preparing for stream. The second one is at 9:25. The third one is at 8:30 a.m. on the second day. And then the last one is 8:10 p.m. on the second day. That one is pretty late in the game, but I figured it'd be nice to have one where I like literally have every single conversation topic unlocked. And like that kind of gives us some opportunities to ask about things that, you know, don't happen until that late. Or in friends, say Maupiti Marty, exactly. Puzzle, hello. Happy Maupiti Tuesday to you as well. I'm gonna try swapping my headphones here. Let's see. I actually so the headphones I use, these are just, you know, your freebie what do they call them? Ear pods. That, you know, Apple used to give out with any like iPhone or iPod. So I've got a few pairs of these lying around. They're like the last variation on them that they made, which I like the design of them. And then it's also nice that they're wired. K-Dubs, thank you so much for 100 bits for the Swamp Gator. Appreciate that very much. I like that they're wired just because it's a thing that is less likely to go wrong, though of course now I have weird static, so I guess it's not impossible for it to go wrong. But I actually bought a brand new pair of them recently, because what exactly was I I think one of my pairs went bad, and I have been worried that this pair was going to also go bad, and perhaps that time has come. I think that was why I bought a fresh pair. How does this packaging open? It's very sticky. Here we go. Oh my gosh, it's all glued. Okay, there we go. Hopefully this will be less crackly. I'm not really sure what the cause of my crackling is. Hopefully I'm the only one hearing it. I also made a list of a bunch of questions. In addition to going through, this feels weird to say, but these feel very new. Even the cord feels very new. I don't know how to explain that. It just feels different. It's so fresh. Okay, hopefully that's better. Salt Ranger, hello. Happy Maupiti Tuesday to you as well. Unsecret Crush says, I've always had issues with my audio going a little crackly, only for me. Literally every stream usually goes away on its own after a few seconds. That is definitely a different thing than what I have been experiencing recently. Oh my gosh, a level 3 hype train, complete at 67%. I appreciate all your support very, very much. Thank you. I keep losing track of what I was saying. Yeah, I've got a bunch of questions to ask. I've got one thing I came across that I kind of I occasionally talk to people in the process of making these save files, and I mostly did that. It's still pop. Okay, so it's not the headphones. It's something else weird happening. That means it's the audio interface, which is troubling. I occasionally talk to people, mostly just to kind of refresh my memory on things. I didn't really expect to ever learn anything new. But at one point, I did come across some dialogue that I don't think we ever heard before on stream. And then I kind of, I don't know why I did this off stream, but I kind of followed up on that dialogue and learned something a little bit kind of new, but also not very surprising. I think I'll wait until I actually am prepared to do that on stream to talk about it. It wasn't really new. It was new information about what a particular character thinks. It wasn't particularly earth-shattering or anything, but it was interesting to hear. Jabberwocky, hello, good to see you. I like wired headphones as well, but I don't like having to use a dongle, either 3mm jack or lightning to USB-C. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Fortunately, Apple's computers still have headphone jacks on them. And I actually have been using, I've got an audio interface that my microphone is connected to. So that allows me to use a microphone that isn't USB with a computer. So it basically just digitizes the audio. But it also has a headphone jack on it, which is convenient. I have two little speakers on a shelf over my bed, and I just realized last week I have the left and right one swapped. Oh man, that's the worst because it sounds a little bit weird, but it's not always obvious. I don't want to move them because I like where the control dial is. Oh, bummer. So I invested in an audio cable adapter so I could swap the left and right channel since I couldn't do it in Windows. Interesting. 6-7, hello, great to see you. I thought this was the epic point and click hit. I'm only sleeping. Maybe I missed it. So 6-7 is referring to Twitch gives you recommendations for games you could play that they think will I think what they try to do is recommend games that have a lot of people that are interested in them, that have, liked them or whatever, or like watched, streams when they are available, but that have like a lower number of people actually streaming them. So therefore, if you were to stream that game, you'd get listed higher in the list of channels streaming that game. And then also you would hopefully get more viewers than you might normally get, because, there's a lot of people into that game and not enough people streaming it. So a game they recommended to me was a point-and-click adventure game called I'm Only Sleeping. Except most of the people streaming this game, and probably most of the people watching it, they're just they're literally sleeping. So it's not like people are actually interested in the point-and-click adventure game. Or maybe they are. Who knows? 32-bit Kid. Hello. Great to see you. No Wi-Fi in your Mac. Ethernet jack, please. Yeah, I used to be kind of a diehard, like, Wi-Fi works great most of the time. But then we started streaming, and I was like, well, when you really want to make sure it's working constantly without any interruptions, maybe Ethernet is good, actually. So I wired our house for Ethernet, and kind of our main computers are on Ethernet now, but not all of them. Upcoming Robot Pacer Sleepy stream. I don't think so. It would be funny, though. So let's get into it. It's funny because I thought I might get into the game faster than normal today, just because I've got so much I want to cover, but obviously that could never happen. I'm just too chatty. Okay, so where to start? I have a bunch of notes about things to ask, and I was trying to organize them by person, and it's kind of interesting that there's a lot of things I want to ask Anita about. I did not make notes about why I wanted to ask about all of these things, so in some cases I might not be able to remember that. Some of these I remember why, and some of them I don't. But let's go ahead and... Jim2! Jim2, great to see you, and thank you so much for 2 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Distraction. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, let's go outside and find some people. Let's see if I can find somebody. Okay, so we got a few people here. And now it's getting darker out. Oh, they just left. Great. Perfect. I don't have anything I wanted to ask Maggie. But we can start here. So thank you for the scream. Wrong thing. Thank you. I'm so excited to get in the game. I forgot to press the button. Okay. Managed to keep him occupied for almost 25 minutes. Congratulations. Okay. So, in addition to this list of questions, oh, right. I completely forgot about my other homework I did, which was I was just really curious to go back and review the quizzes we've done, and look at the questions and answers I gave. So I wrote down all the questions and my answers. In some cases, I wrote down all the options just in case that was something I wanted to remember. Obviously, it was just a list of names. I didn't bother to write those down. It's basically everyone in the game plus Fred and nobody. But the most interesting thing, I think, that I discovered was that I'm pretty sure the questions are completely random. I could be wrong, but I didn't notice any obvious pattern happening. It really seemed like, when I was going through it on stream, I thought that we were getting different questions because I had answered certain questions in a particular way. but I do think it's just random. And the more I thought about it, like that makes sense. That along with the way they tell you how much you got correct, just this broad range, makes it harder to like brute force the quiz and just guess your way through it. And I think that very much fits with the game design approach that these developers have taken. Yes, and Dronon brings up another thing I noticed was that at one point I was talking about how I was pretty sure it must have been Roy that killed Juiced. And then I was just saying Juiced so much that my brain was like, yes, I need to click on Juiced now to continue. So I accidentally said that Juiced killed Juiced, which is not what I believe at all. But that obviously had some effect on our results the second time through the quiz. Have I counted the number of questions? Yes. I believe there are 11 every time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I counted all of them, and I was always asked 11, which is also interesting. I can't think of anything else. I wrote down the percentage I got each time, as well as the percentage that Dronon says I actually got. I'm very curious what the discrepancy is there, but I don't really want to ask for details on that. Oh yeah, there were a couple of cases where I made notes. Like the target of the shots, like I was 100% sure of that because someone, I think Anita, said that Roy thought he saw a ghost. So like someone else confirming that he had a specific reason to be like freaked out about being shot at, like it just seemed like it was a good confirmation that I have occasionally forgotten about rather. Another thought I had was Anita allegedly seeing Juiced before he died. We really need to investigate whether that is truthful. I also really want to talk to Anita at the well at midnight and ask her what she's doing there and like, do our best to get more information out of her. According to my notes, and we've, I think, verified this by hiding in his house, I think Juiced is asleep when Anita says that she saw him. So that's something we really need to look into. But it's possible I misinterpreted, like, I think Juiced couldn't have told us he was sleeping because there's no opportunity to interrogate him after that. Anyways, like I'm not entirely sure what my notes are based on. It's possible, like when you are in a place with a person, like the only way you have to know what is happening is with the observe verb, and sometimes that doesn't give you as much information as you would like. So, I might have made assumptions that were incorrect, but it really seems like, based on my notes, that Juiced was asleep that whole time, like from midnight until the time he's murdered. So if that's the case, then Anita saying that she saw Juiced becomes something that we need to understand. Like, is she lying? Does she see someone she thinks is Juiced? Like, very, very curious. Oh, I actually made notes about that twice. So that would also change the answer to the question, who was the last one to see Juiced, which I said was Anita. Oh, and also, well, no, we're pretty sure he's at his place, either in bed or in the vicinity when he dies, I think. State changes happen every 30 minutes, but question topics about what people notice cover 6-minute periods. 60-minute periods. Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's start talking to Maggie. I also did a bunch more messing around with DOSBox cycles. We're at 10K this time, which seemed to be about the fastest I could get it without getting any weird audio crackling during the text-to-speech parts. I wanted to speed it up as much as I possibly could because just all the little transitions and stuff really slow things down a lot. And like going through all these questions is even without that is going to take a while. So kind of my overall plan at this point is to basically ask everyone almost everything. Like, I think realistically, I should just commit to asking literally everything. We're definitely going to find stuff we missed here and there, or stuff that I just forgot about, and that will help me figure out questions we want to try to get more information on and stuff. Efton, hello. Today feels like the day. I'm glad you feel that way. Also, we'll be trying to speedrun this. I have been talking about that, and I think it's inevitable, right? Like, I spent so much time on this game, and like I basically have a beginner speedrun route already written down. So I think I'll at least spend a little bit of time on that. I won't spend a huge amount of time like optimizing it, but I think we can get a like basic run, like that, you know, is focused on just getting the good ending as quickly as possible, without a huge amount of worrying about optimizations. So that'll be fun. All right, so let's get started. I think we'll go through all the names first, and then, we can skip your opinion on, unless there's cases where we want to kind of refresh our memory. But then, like, your scheduling and what have you noticed are both things that we've never been thorough about. I don't know. Well, I'm going to start out being extremely thorough, and if it feels like it's taking too long to get to anything interesting, then I might not be quite so thorough. I've also considered whether I need to start doing spreadsheets for literally all the dialogue in the game. My plan there is that I'm not going to do it on stream, but I will do it off stream, rewatching stream if necessary. So like if I need to start making spreadsheets, like I'll watch this stream back and write everything down, and then continue that process, just so we are keeping track of what we've asked everybody. But for today, I'm not going to worry about that.
I'm still a fine woman, I bet.
Oh, okay. That was asking Maggie about Maggie, by the way.
A fine-looking girl and all the same not lazy. She was always a pain.
Was? Why the past tense?
We've done everything imaginable together.
We've done...
We've done everything imaginable together.
It's about Bruce. A reminder about Bruce. He has Maggie's bra in his room, in his cabin. He also loves to tell us that he's never been with a woman. Is he just lying about that for some reason? So confused. Anita was a pain. The handkerchief is Marie's, allegedly. Multiple people say it's Marie's. It does have an M on it, so, it could conceivably be Maggie's, but I can't think of any reason why multiple people would lie about it. So, yeah.
If I were you, I'd go ask Bruce.
Ask Bruce about Roy.
If I were you, I'd go ask Bruce.
So another thing I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to have an entire page in this book for each character. I think it's kind of necessary at this point. Ask Bruce about Roy. You don't understand. That's my friend's bra. I'm just holding on to it for them. That makes sense.
He's a snoop.
He's a snoop. Oh, Chris, yeah. We know that.
Marie's disappearance was quite a blow to him.
Also not a surprise.
There's not much to say about that,
Yeah, there really isn't much to say about Anton, is there?
One of the innocent life has been cruel to him. I miss her. She was like a daughter to me. A funny kid. I don't know much about her.
I do think we need to learn more about Lucy if we can. Also, like a big goal I have right now is to figure out who is the Lady in Black's accomplice. I guess at the moment I'm still reasonably convinced that Marie is the Lady in Black, but I'm not positive about it.
Last night while I was fixing Marie's tea, I had to go out for a few minutes. When I came back, the cup had been moved. I didn't think it important at the time.
That is definitely important.
At 7 o'clock I knocked on Marie's door. She wasn't there. I noticed that the window was broken, but I wasn't worried. At 8:30 Bob came to see me with the letter. Marie had been kidnapped.
Oh, so Bob... Wait, what is that letter referring to? For a second I was like, oh, so Bob showed Maggie the letter from the Lady in Black, but none of those well, there was the one about guaranteeing Marie's safety, but I guess maybe that's implying kidnapping. I guess if that was the first they had heard about what happened to Marie, it makes sense to assume that the Lady in Black kidnapped her. K-Dub says, okay, I've never played this game and only watched a little bit of you playing last week. Does everyone have robot voice in this? Yes. So I guess the reason for that is that this was originally an Amiga game. And this was also something they did with Mortville Manor, the previous game in this series. But apparently the Amiga had like a built-in kind of text-to-speech option, or at least it was made pretty easy to implement. So because of that, they just decided to keep that in the DOS version as well. The voices are a little bit different in Amiga, but it's, the same kind of thing. Just a normal voice. Okay.
Nothing special. I was cooking.
Oh, I should maybe update my schedule notes as I ask things like this. So at 11 a.m., cooking. I'm going to need more frogs to keep track of my place. Let's see. Well, I'll do this for now. That works. Okay. Let's see. That was 11 to noon.
I was taking care of my mail.
My husband calls me a robot, so is that what I sound like to him? That's funny. What did you just say? I was distracted. I feel like this is going to happen a lot. It's so easy to get distracted.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
And it's so hard to keep track of
I was cooking.
where I am here. Noon.
I was taking care of my mail.
Mail. Okay. 1.
I was eating.
Eating. Yeah, we knew that. 2.
I went to the beach as usual.
Yep, we knew that. As usual. That was 2, right? So 3.
Bob came to see me. We talked about Marie.
Okay. Talked about Marie with Bob. Maybe I should give you my otter page markers. I don't like them as much as the frogs. I mean, I will happily use them. Okay, 4.
I was in my room.
Yes. Matches my notes.
I was in my room.
Okay. So scheduling. I'm going to have to make notes on where we've asked, like, so we've asked up to 5 p.m. So I want to keep track of that for each character so we don't overlap too much. Okay. And then noticed is a whole nother. It's like, I don't, like, I understand the difference between these two things. Like, the first, asking about their schedule is like just asking what they were doing at the time. And then asking if they noticed anything is, it's asking if they noticed anything noteworthy while they were doing that. I guess I'm a little unclear on what maybe the main purpose of the scheduling questions is to catch them in a lie. I actually hadn't. There's been times where I was trying to think of a way to like use the memorize menu to like present a contradiction. And I think probably asking someone about their schedule would have been a way to do that at least one of those times. Because there were frequently situations where like, where someone was, or, what they were doing was kind of catching them in a lie, but there's no way to like present something you've seen or whatever.
Last night while I was fixing Marie's tea, I had to go out for a few minutes. When I came back, the cup had been moved. I didn't think it important at the time.
At one point, I realized I was going back and forth between these two. I'm not sure we actually asked.
I went to the beach as usual.
Okay. Yeah, so we skipped the scheduling question for the first two here.
At 7 o'clock,
Okay.
I knocked on Marie's door. She wasn't there. I noticed that the window was broken, but I wasn't worried. At 8:30, Bob came to see me with the letter. Marie had been kidnapped.
Okay, now back to notice.
The bamboo drop tanker, the hold is damaged.
Oh, another thing I had some thoughts on while I was doing my homework was so one of the answers, at least one of the answers to questions, I think about what the Lady in Black does is arms smuggling. And I didn't think too much about that initially because there's not a lot about that comes up in the game. Like there's drug trafficking comes up in, well, that's mostly only a single piece of evidence. But that gives you a topic that you can ask people about and learn a little bit more about. And then, of course, the white slavery topic comes up in a bunch of places, and you can ask everybody about that as well. But like arms smuggling doesn't really come up at all. We know it's not a topic because we've unlocked all the topics. But then I was thinking about the hold of the bamboo. Down there is an empty crate labeled explosives. And next to that is a bullet. And I'm not sure what to make of that. And then I also started thinking about the damage to the boat. Like, obviously, it makes sense that a boat could get damaged during a storm. But also, like, as far as we understand, they avoided the storm. Like, they avoided the hurricane, at least. And just I'm wondering if maybe there was some sort of, like, explosives incident that possibly caused the damage rather than the storm. But that's kind of, like, pretty huge speculation at this point. It just mostly I'm wondering if there's maybe more we could uncover related to all of that. It's something I want to keep an eye out for. Okay, now once again I don't remember where we were. I think we just did the first two here.
Nothing special. I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay, noon.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
I think saying them out loud helps me remember where it was better. 1.
The atmosphere was tense during lunch.
Lunch was tense. I continue to struggle with what are good questions to try to get more information on. I struck out so many times last week on that I really don't know.
Everything was as usual.
But like that, lunch being tense, like, do you have any follow-up information? I would love to know. 2.
Everything was as usual.
We did that one twice. 3.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
4.
Bruce seemed nervous.
Bruce nervous.
Bruce seemed nervous.
Oh, and 5. So Bruce spent a lot of time nervous. That's around the time that the wig incident happens, and also when the bookcase in Marie's room is broken into. Oh, right. Another thing related to the wig. I feel like figuring out the wig situation seems pretty important. If there's anything else we can learn about it. And I think it feels important that before Juiced burns the wig, like the last person we've seen him with is Anita, which is like right before that happens. I don't know if there's anything more we can learn there, but we should at least try, especially now that we know how to get more information out of people sometimes. Okay, so if that was all of the noticed up until 5 p.m.,
I'm working.
and that's everything we can ask Maggie right now. Let me check my notes to see if... I don't think I have any notes about asking Maggie stuff. No. Okay. So we'll move on to someone else next. The first person we find, Chris.
What for? I don't know her well enough to talk about that. I don't.
Oops. Sorry, I'm actually fussing with cycles some more here.
Know her well enough to talk about that.
We were still getting the crunchiness earlier, so I turned it down at one point. Now I'm just seeing if we can turn it back up a little.
I heard that she was a real revolutionary.
And apparently the answer is no. Anita is a real revolutionary.
There's not much to say about that, you know. To tell the truth, he's the commander on board and it's not always fun. I'm going to confess something to you. I'm not great at sea.
You don't say.
I couldn't say.
Let's see, that was Anton. Juiced.
I couldn't say.
Unsurprisingly, Chris is pretty new here, so he doesn't really know anyone.
I didn't have time to get to know her. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I couldn't say.
Okay. Scheduling.
We were at sea. We learned by radio that Maupiti wasn't in the hurricane scarf. Roy decided to land on the island. I was sleeping.
Now it's past?
I was in my cabin.
Let's see. That was 11, so noon.
I was working on deck.
1.
I was strolling around.
Should be taking notes / comparing notes here. I think this is all pretty much matching up with what we know. Oops, wrong menu. 1.
I was strolling around.
Sure. Hello? Oh, your otter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've suddenly decided to be precious about the frog sticky notes because I can't buy them from Jet Pens anymore.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the otters.
You're welcome.
The frogs are very good. It's the only time it comes up in the game. Okay. I know he's saying strolling around, but it sounds like rolling around. It just makes me laugh. They're pretty cute. Oh, heck. Where was I? We'll go with 3.
I visited the island.
You sure are.
I was working on deck. I was repairing the damage to the bamboo.
Okay. So 5 p.m. Chris. Bamboo's hole. Yep. What have you noticed?
Bruce has stayed in his cabin for the past 2 days. He hasn't poked his nose out once, not even during the hurricane.
That's interesting.
Bruce seemed nervous.
Bruce. Nervous the night before. Okay. That is, this is all very interesting. I think both of those answers, I don't remember anything coming up about Bruce being nervous before stuff started happening. Like, there's all kinds of stuff about him being nervous during the, time period of the game. But like, it makes sense for someone to be nervous because all this stuff is happening. Kidnappings and eventually murders. So, being nervous seems a little suspicious when he's, way more nervous than anyone else is. But now that we know it started before things were happening, it's super suspicious. Like, if he's not involved, he seems like he's got some knowledge or is involved in maybe something else shady. So 10 a.m.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Everything was as usual.
Noon.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Jordan said, I had such a difficult time trying to emulate Amiga. I'm kind of blocked out the memories. I think I also had to figure out a way to speed it up, not emulate disk swapping or imitating how the disk drives originally sounded like. Yeah, I had a bit of a learning curve there also. I specifically have been using a Mac emulator. It's got a kind of a weird name. I can't remember the name of. Let's see if I can. FSUAE, which seems to be the best Mac emulator available, but it's lacking in compared to like DOSBox options that are available. Like DOSBox X is a really nice DOSBox variation that has some Mac specific stuff that's super, super handy and simplifies stuff. But Amiga emulation is a little bit behind. And it took me a while to figure out like how to get anything working properly at all. And it does seem like with this game, you kind of have to struggle through actual disk swapping. Well, not actual disk swapping, but like virtual disk swapping. So like anytime the game is expecting you to swap in a different disk, you have to like, virtually swap them yourself in a way that feels a little bit tedious. And yeah, the emulator I have also has disk sound effects. I don't mind that myself, but and it seems like speeding things up is tricky. Like I ran into some issues when I tried to do that. Had a friend with an Amiga in the mid to late 80s, and I'm curious to check out a few old games I saw in his place. Okay, where did I leave off? Gosh darn it. Go 3.
Nothing special.
4.
Everything was as usual.
And 5.
I didn't pay attention, I was thinking of something else.
Okay, so that's everything.
I'm going to the house.
Going to the house. Okay. Who's next? Let's pop back inside and see if anyone else has showed up here. Okay. Oh, did I have any notes about asking
You
questions?
wanted to see me.
I did want to see you, Anita. Okay. So I have a lot of notes about things to ask Anita. Some of them we won't be able to ask yet. And some of these are things we want to follow up on. So I want items to basically bribe her with. Oh, yeah. Okay, Juice is still alive, so we can't ask that yet. Shoot. Just my notes about asking her about Juice's murderer say, if Marie weren't gone, ... And I'm really curious, what is the full thing she said there and why? Ask about drug traffic. Yes.
That would be just like Roy. He would have done anything for Marie, and dealing dope like that would bring in a fortune.
Okay. Roy doing anything for Marie is interesting. We knew about Bob being super into Marie. And we've definitely gotten that dialogue before, but it's something that doesn't come up much, so I didn't think about it very often and kind of forgot about it after a while. But that seems like it fits with Roy's actions. At some point, it seems like Roy is putting a lot of effort into trying to figure out what's going on. I guess for most of the time, I've been assuming his actions were self-serving, but maybe that's not the case. And then we also, we've been told that Roy was previously helped Lucy get off the island. And at one point I speculated that maybe he didn't help her. Maybe he actually murdered her for some reason. I didn't have any good reason for why he would have done that. But if the stuff he does during the course of these 2 days is trying to figure out what happened to Marie, then that fits with having also helped Lucy. But it also sure seems like Roy is a murderer. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that at this point. There's a lot to figure out. Okay, so let's go through the list of names here.
She's a very pious woman, a real mother hen to all of us. She's my best friend, we tell each other everything. Me, I'm nothing, I don't count, I sell my body for a few dollars, I'm nothing more than a hooker.
Huh. I'm nothing. I don't count.
That one, no one's stingier than he is. Not my type. That guy's fishy, believe me, he must be involved in all sorts of things. The bastard Sue had a hard time with him.
Sue had a hard time with him. Oh, right. So this was another thing I forgot about. We learned about it at one point, but it's something we should probably investigate further. So Sue is really into Bob, and then Bob is really into Marie. And like on one hand, like none of that seems especially meaningful. On the other hand, like there's a lot of dialogue devoted to all of that. And, there's 2 separate topics related to it in the list of topics that we have. So like it feels like it must be important in some way. What was that?
The bastard Sue had a hard time
And also
with him.
like understanding why she would say something like that seems important. So that's one of the things that I thought might be worth following up on. So maybe when we're done talking to her, we'll go try to find an item to see if we can get more information about that.
You know the verse of poetry that says happy is he who like Ulysses had voyaged far and is like that.
What? Excuse me?
You know the verse of poetry that
don't know
says
that.
happy is he who like Ulysses had voyaged far and is like that.
So he just likes sailing a lot? Is that what you're saying? Or is there more to
Nobody knows
that I'm
the
not
trouble
understanding?
he's seen.
Poor juiced.
She was a little bitch, I won't miss her at all.
You know, that poem we all know. Sure. Dronin says, I had to check a lot of the game dialogue too. The French guide lists most of it, but there's a lot of idiomatic expressions and I don't understand those very well. Yeah. Let's see. We're on Marie.
She wasn't a girl like us. I often caught her snooping into things that were none of her business.
Anita's got a lot to say. A lot of interesting things to say. Okay, scheduling. Move my otter around here. In addition to chess, musical scores, cryptography, pirate lore, and Spanish, the game wants you to learn poetry. That's a bridge too far. Game Dev Jeff, hello. Great to see you. Game Dev Jeff. So the other day, I woke up and I was half asleep and I opened up Pixel Turkey stream and I saw a pinned message about a game announcement. And then later when I was actually awake, I went looking for information about this on like Twitter or Mastodon or anywhere, and I couldn't find anything. So I hope I didn't dream this. But what I recall seeing is that y'all had a game announcement on the 6th. Is that correct? Have a game announcement, I should say. It came out wrong. Would defy the genre conventions in a dire way if the sex worker didn't have lots of insights. Yeah, she's very opinionated for sure.
I went to the beach as usual.
We worked on a new adventure game for 10 days last month. It's being released tomorrow. Fantastic. I'm so excited.
I was sleeping. I was in my room.
Okay. So she was in her room till noon, according to my notes. 11?
I was scouring the kitchen.
Oh. Oh, yeah. I do have a note that she was in the bar. We'll go live on Itch around the time of stream start for Pixel. Nice. Very exciting. Let's see. I should share that link in chat. Well, is it going to be on your Itch or Pixels or both? Pixels. Okay, yeah. Just want to share the link in chat for folks. That's pixel-turkey.itch.io. Like 31 hours from now. Nice. Okay, where were we? 10.
I was in my room.
Right, we did 10 and 11. And noon.
I was reading in my room.
Reading. 1.
I was eating.
Eating. That last one. 1.
I was eating.
Did I just do that? Or was she eating for 2 hours? I think I just did that one. 2.
I went to the beach as usual.
That matches my notes. 3.
I went to the beach as usual.
4.
I was in the garden.
Okay. 5.
I was with Sue.
Sue. Wait, what? Oh. Silverstreak, hello. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope y'all had a great stream. Did you crack the case? Silver and Sugar in Space, we're playing Duck Detective tonight for Silver's Consulting Detective Network series. I enjoyed the bit that I saw. Ribbons of Intention. Hello. Part 27. Yes, that is correct. We're up to around 120 hours playing this game so far. Hello again, Silverstreak and Sugar in Space. Skelemancer. Robot's Friend. Great to see you all. Duck Detective, the Secret Salami. Oh, that's a very nice balloon animal emote. Thank you for sharing that, Colin. Hello, everyone. I feel so distracted tonight, maybe more than usual. Welcome. I'm Robot Spacer. We've been playing this game, Maupiti Island, for 27 streams and 120 hours now. It is considered by some to be one of the most difficult games ever made, and I'm certainly not going to argue with that. I would say it is the most difficult game that I have ever played in terms of, like, you know, there's action game difficulty, and then there's like, I guess like thinking game difficulty. I can't think of a good like way to generalize that category of game, but like, you know, obviously action gaming is like a whole different type of difficulty. But this has the thinking game category pretty well covered. Wow, that you've been playing this since 1991. I know, it's hard to believe, but it's been so long. So today we are taking the time to re-interrogate everyone in the game and do it much more thoroughly and try to get more information wherever we can. And hopefully we'll learn some new things finally. Silver says, Maupiti Island is Robot Spacer's Persona 3, and that will make sense to about 80% of the people here. Let's see. What's some other... we've died 120 times in this game so far. So like we've replayed the game many, many times in order to get this far is the important thing to understand here. And I'm constantly losing track of where I was. We'll go with 4.
Everything was as usual.
Who is this game's baby? That's a very good question. I don't know if this game has a baby.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Also, hello, Val. I don't think I said that. It's good to see you. Okay, what have you noticed? Like, this aspect of the game takes so much brain power.
Everything was as usual.
More than I am capable of, I think.
I was sleeping.
It's there's so much stuff to like think about and keep track of in this game.
Nothing special.
Antika Crush says he's barely halfway as many streams as it took me to clear Persona 3. Slightly more than half. It took 48 streams of Persona.
Nothing special. Maggie's eyes were red from crying.
Let's see. I think that was 11 noon.
Nothing special.
She's got a lot of not noticing things, which she had so much to say when we were asking about people, and now that we're asking about things she noticed, she's got nothing to say.
The atmosphere was tense during lunch.
Lunch was tense. Two.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
3.
Nothing special.
4.
Everything was as usual.
And 5.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. Okay. So now that we've gone through all the questions, well, let's go ahead and ask what are you doing right now?
Bob thinks I wrote the letters he got.
Okay. We know that. But I'll go ahead and write it down. Anyway, so Bob thinks that Anita is a lady in black. Okay. I don't think there's anything in here we want to worry about right now.
I'm listening.
So now let's find some stuff that we can bribe her with to get more information out of her. So the newspaper, bracelet, brooch, suntan lotion. Okay. So 2 of those we can go grab right. Oh no. I forgot to look at the time. Oops, we died. I need an otter to keep track of my page where I'm counting all the deaths. There we go. That's 122 deaths. So many. Have to step away to make dinner good. Please eat dinner, Silver. Sorry about your sudden but inevitable death. That's okay. We've got so many more lives. At least you didn't starve this time. That's true. It is a great song to die to. Man, I did drink a little bit more water than normal at the beginning of stream. I need a bathroom break already. So I'm going to be back in just a minute. Be a real short break. Auntie Crush said, for a second I thought you were going to say I drank a little more water than usual today and I feel better than usual. Oh, so you think you only played Persona 3 for 144 hours? Just about the only streamer I watch who doesn't have a hydrate redeem. Interesting. I have thought about that occasionally. I don't know. I feel weird about it. I feel weird about yeah, I don't know how to explain why it feels weird to me. Like it's not like it makes sense. Like it's easy to get distracted and forget to do things like hydrate or stretch or whatever, but I don't know. So we're gonna go back to the same save. Don't bother with the hydrate regime because I'm constantly sipping on my drink whether I'm actually thirsty or not. That's the thing I do when speaking to people. LMAO. Got it. So this is the actual start of the save file that we were in previously. It's a little bit earlier. Oh yeah, an interesting thing. I wanted some music at the beginning of stream, and I have a letter. And normally, if you read something and then exit this screen, the music will continue. But it doesn't do that here. I don't know if that's only if you're indoors or if there's something specific about the well. Let's actually experiment. I'm just curious. So that was why I went to Lucy's bedroom. So it's just the well. Huh. Is there a reason for that? Emotional support beverage. The well abhors music, apparently. Okay, so let's go back to Maggie's. I do need to write down. Went up to 5 p.m. with Anita's questions. So I'm gonna go, hopefully without dying this time. Gather up those items and then we'll talk to Anita some more. So we wanted to get. Oh. Kyle and Era, thank you for the mega flush. And also Robot's friend, I forgot to thank you for the flush as well. Hope your streams have been good, Kyle. Worth it. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Let's see. So we're going to take this brooch and presto. And then there's a bracelet under here that I'm pretty sure this belongs to Anita. Oh no, my hands are full. That's fine. We'll just ditch some stuff here. Oh. Okay. And then we'll go grab the newspaper. Well, what was the fourth thing? Oh, the suntan lotion. Yeah, let's do that. Because we only have room for one more item here. Let's see, this is the suntan lotion. Okay. So now we can try to bribe Anita. Hopefully she's in her room. Yeah, great.
You wanted to see me.
Okay. So I'm hoping we can get more information about the Bob-Sue relationship. Oh, I don't have that topic. Shit.
The bastard Sue had a hard time with him.
I wonder if that actually unlocks the topic. Okay, it does. Great.
Sue was infatuated with Bob. Go find out why.
I would love to.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. So that's a no.
You again.
Let's Let's try to get more info about drug trafficking this time.
I don't feel like talking.
What? Huh. I guess she's annoyed that I came into her room again. Interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a thing that can happen where they just, if you're bothering them, like that makes sense. If they're sleeping, for example, and you come into their room, then they're annoyed and won't talk to you. But I'm a little surprised that we had that happen at this time of day. But people do kind of act annoyed if you leave and then start talking to them again. So maybe that was it. Dronan says, I've never quite understood what makes people do that. Yeah. Let's see. Let's look at my notes and see when she leaves her room so we can. Oh, right. She's going to be in the kitchen with Juiced pretty soon. So let's observe that. I would very much like to observe that. I think we're going to just wait because I don't want to miss anything here. Columbo would have had a hard time here. So this is going to take a few minutes to get us to 6:30. I thought when I first played the game, I could only ask X questions in a row and I'd get annoyed. But since playing it again more recently, I don't get that anymore. Very confusing. Yeah, my understanding was that was a thing in Mortville Manor. But yeah, definitely they get annoyed if you end the conversation and then talk to them again. But I've never had that result in them not wanting to talk the way she did just now. Well, they act annoyed, I should say. Like the way they greet you is though they are annoyed at you. But they don't generally behave any different once you start asking questions just by doing that. Let's see. Things I've run into that makes people not want to talk is like if I follow them and then they spot me, or, like I said, if I come into their room at like a time when it would be unreasonable for a person to come in their room, like in the middle of the night or whatever. I wonder if it's possible that Anita was... Oh, yeah. Sue goes into Anita's room to talk to her right around that time. So I think I was maybe like interrupting a conversation more or less. So that might explain it. Should be here in just a minute. I think I'm gonna... So I have a zip file with all the saves that I made, so we can always go back to the saves that I have. So I think I'm going to go ahead and overwrite one of them, just in case we want to review this particular event again. So let's put that in slot 4 for now. The manual strongly discourages time traveling, but I think we're well past that at this point. Wait, there's still no one here? Kitchen with juiced at 6:30. Did I get that wrong? No, it can't be wrong because I'm so sure it happens before the wig burning. We'll just continue to wait. Let's see. Let's look through my notes and see if I have anything worth chatting about here. Another thing I was reminded of while I was doing my homework was Sue tells us that Lucy left very suddenly. She didn't say goodbye to anyone, and Sue even owed her money that, because she left suddenly without telling anyone, she didn't have an opportunity to give her that money back. Which is another thing that, if there's any way to find out more about that, it would be great too. Like it's possible that, obviously it's possible to do something suddenly by choice, but it does a little bit make me wonder if, maybe she didn't leave by choice. Dinner is a bowl of cereal as I realized we needed to do the dishes, so load up the dishwasher instead of cooking. Our dishwasher situation has not improved. We've made progress at least. We finally had someone come out to look at it and determine that it is in fact the motor. Which, like, I told them on the phone that I was pretty sure it was the motor, but I also understand that they're not just going to order a motor in advance without being sure that I need it. Otherwise, I'd have to pay for a motor that I don't need. So now they've ordered a motor and we're just waiting for them to, get that on hand and schedule them to come back out. Hopefully before the end of the week, fingers crossed, we'll have a working dishwasher again. I'm so puzzled by my notes. I have it written down twice. Kitchen with Anita, 6:30. It's highlighted under both Anita and Juiced. It's almost 7 now. I can't have gotten the wrong day. I feel like that has to be something that happens. Yeah, because... Oh, wait. Yeah. 6 p.m. on the second day, Juiced is dead. Because it could be 6:30 a.m. No, Juiced is dead at 1:30 in the morning. So yeah, this is the only 6:30 it could possibly be. So maybe I just got the time completely wrong. I'm trying to think. Based on the way the clock is weird, I would think it was probably actually 5:30 then. So I'm just going to make a note. Okay, so now Maggie, Anita, and Roy are here. Interesting. Maggie's concocting you a tasty little dish. All right. At least we can talk to Anita now.
Again.
That also means that I was wrong that Juiced was with Anita right before he goes and burns the wig. There's more time in between those events than I thought. I don't have a time written down for when he burns the wig, but I think it happens around 7. Smoke from Juice House I have written around 7 as well. Hey, Baron Redwing, good to see you. Do you want me to look up Juice in my time grid? No, that's okay. We'll work it out. Okay, so things I wanted to follow up on. Drug traffic.
That would be just like Roy. He would have done anything for Marie, and dealing dope like that would bring in a fortune. Dealers need boats to carry their drugs, boats like the Brisbane.
They sure do. Let's see. Drug traffic. Roy would do anything for Marie. And then follow up. Let's repeat that.
Dealers need boats to carry their drugs, boats like the Brisbane.
Oh, like the Brisbane. Oh, right. Yeah, that's Bob's boat. So she's referring to the whole thing with trying to get Bob's help. Because it seems like the notes from the Lady in Black, I think, are kind of common knowledge. At least Bob seems to have shown them to some people. Speaking of which, do we have that as a topic?
Bob thinks I wrote the letters he got.
I can't. We might have tried to follow up on this last week, but let's.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. Okay, that actually gave the right item. I'm kind of surprised by that. Okay. Is there anything else? I don't think. Most of my other questions for Anita that I wanted to try to get more info about are things that haven't happened yet. So I think we're done with Anita for now. Let's see. So we've got, I think Roy we haven't talked to yet. So he's a good next option. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I also have a note. There's a sign in the kitchen here that says smoking is forbidden in the rooms. This is something we've talked about. I think I mostly just wrote it down because I was wondering. Oh, right. I was thinking about that specifically in the context of Marie having a cigarette every night. I don't know if there's any meaning there, but I assume Maggie is the one that wrote the sign that says smoking is forbidden in the rooms. And I feel like there's an implication here that she likes Marie so much that she is willing to let her, bend the rules. If you smoke here, do they kill you? That's a good question. And then there's also Chris leaves a cigarette butt in Lucy's room. I'm trying to think. I think that's the only instance of a cigarette. Evidence of a cigarette being smoked in the room aside from Marie. All right, Roy.
If I were you, I'd go ask Bruce.
Ask Bruce about Maggie. Okay. What's the deal with Bruce and Maggie?
What I love about her is her laugh. It's completely crazy.
Okay.
Not my type. The boss is getting old. He'll need company for his old age. Let's talk about something else, okay?
Roy doesn't want to talk about himself.
He came on board 2 days ago. He didn't know port from starboard. A good sailor, he knows his stuff.
Okay.
A good sailor, he knows his stuff.
Bob and Anton, both competent sailors.
What's good for some is bad for others.
What? What does that mean? What's good for... That's when I asked him about juiced.
Bob's crazy about her. She was a super girl and elegant besides.
It might be worth trying to get more information about Lucy out of Roy. I also have a note to ask Roy, try to get more information about the caves. I think we have that as a topic. Yeah.
Wallace was the guardian of the pond.
I think I misclicked there.
It's a hoax. There are no caves on the island.
Okay. Just... That seems like too... Like, we've been here for less than a day and we're able to verify that that's not true. So, like, saying that so matter-of-factly just seems like he's lying about it. Okay.
I'm listening.
So yeah, we want to come back here with some items to bribe Roy, but we'll focus on going through all these questions first. Okay.
We were at sea. We were out to sea when the hurricane hit. We got away all right. The hold is damaged.
Okay. 10.
I was sleeping.
That seems correct. 11.
I was working on deck.
Mm-hmm. Noon. Noon?
I was working on deck.
Nope, wrong one. 1.
I was eating.
One.
I was eating.
We just did that. 2.
I was with Sue.
Okay. I have with Sue question mark? Okay. According to my notes, Sue was in her room at 2. I'm just making a note that might be something we want to like spy on, like just to see if there's anything to learn there. This is definitely not something we've learned much about. Gonna look up what Roy says about juiced in French. Yeah, I was wondering if that was a translation weirdness. Okay, 3.
I was relaxing.
Huh. My notes say he was in Marie's room at 3, which is a weird place to go and relax.
I was repairing the damage to the bamboo. I'm having a drink.
That's not what I meant.
I was repairing the damage to the bamboo.
My notes say he was at the saloon, but maybe that was just like the spot where it is. A little bit off. 5.
I had a drink in the bar with Bob and Bruce.
I'm pretty sure there's some lies in here. Like, maybe my notes are a little bit inaccurate about the timing of things, but I don't know.
I was strolling around.
Sure. So, like, at some point he goes to North Beach. In my notes, it looks like that's around 5. And then he goes to the monkey statue. And then back to North Beach. And shortly after, like probably immediately after this conversation, he's going to go into Marie's room. Dronan says, les malheurs d'une fée, le bonheur d'autre. Something like the misfortune of some brings happiness to others. Okay. I'm trying to think of what he would be getting at there. Like, I would think that juiced is the misfortunate one in this context. Okay. Let's ask him what he's noticed.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang. I didn't pay attention, I was thinking of something else. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
11.
Chris got up late, I had to start work without him.
Noon.
Bruce seemed nervous.
So I think that's shortly after Bruce goes and sticks some money in a tree. might be something worth trying to get more info about. 1.
The atmosphere was tense during lunch.
So I've noticed. 2.
I didn't pay attention, I was thinking of something else.
3.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
4.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
5.
Bruce seemed nervous.
What would Bruce be nervous about at 5? Well, like, he's apparently nervous all the time, but I'm just wondering if there's anything in particular. Apparently Bruce goes to Maggie's room around 5. Before that, he's at the saloon. Before that, he's in his cabin. 6.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
So we're up to 6 p.m. with Bruce. Or
I'm
Roy.
having a drink.
Having a drink. Oh, Juiced is here now. Let's see. Do we want to... What can we bribe Roy with? Well, if I go... I'm thinking. If I go grab items to bribe Roy with, he might be gone by the time we come back, but we can always wait a little bit and find him elsewhere. So Roy likes the newspaper and his other diamond earring. That's all I have for Roy. Bruce owes Fred money. Yeah, for Juiced, we can give him the amulet. I guess we'll go ahead and talk to Juiced right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, did I have anything I wanted to... Yeah, I should go grab the amulet. I wanted to get some follow-up info, if possible, from Juiced about Lucy's departure, the Bob Sue relationship. Oh, and also the photo in his house. So let's go grab some stuff real quick. The amulet. Let's go to his house. Let's see, is there anything else we could grab? Juiced. Oh, Maggie's bra for some reason. Amulet. Oh, there's a hook on North Beach. Fishing hook. Presumably he lost. I guess we'll go grab Maggie's bra. Okay. Hopefully he's still there. Ah, here he is. Great. Okay.
You again.
Me again. Okay, so Lucy.
Everyone adored her. I don't know where she went, but she's the one who tore up my house. She stole my amulet.
I've got that amulet right here.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay.
You again.
I can't remember why I wanted to ask him more about the Bob Sue relationship. Let's see what he says.
He's mean to her.
Okay.
I don't see what you are getting at.
And then I don't know if this is a thing we can follow up on, but I want to show him the photo.
You again.
This is a reminder, I am exiting the conversation after I give someone an item because the menu gets jumbled up.
Where did you dig that up? I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah, I guess the people that tell us about the photo, like that's other people that tell us it's Juiced and Lucy in the photo. I don't really expect this to work, but I'm going to see what happens anyway.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
Yeah. So like we can't ask for follow-up information about an item that we're showing someone. Which is a bummer. I have to figure out another way to get that info. Okay. Let's go through the whole list here.
The mistress is very good. She taught me to love Jesus Christ.
Huh.
She's nice to me.
Is that important? I'm just like there's a cross you can find on South Beach that belongs to Maggie, or at least she's happy to get it from you. She's the only one that is happy to get that. So like that fits with that. There's a Bible you can find in Juice's house. Yeah, I just don't know if that's just a little like unimportant detail. Or...
I think his revolution is fine, but the communists don't believe in Jesus Christ. I don't like him, he's mean to me.
Yeah.
A good sailor, he knows his stuff. He doesn't look like a sailor.
'Cause he's a cop.
He had succumbed to Marie's charms as though she had bewitched him. He spent his time chasing girls.
Is that Anton? Interesting.
I'm all alone, I have nobody. Everyone adored her. Everyone adored her.
Both Marie and Lucy, apparently. Okay, scheduling.
I was fishing.
Okay, checks out.
I was at my house. I was fishing.
11.
I was fishing. was in the bar.
Yep. 1.
I was eating.
Everyone was eating at 1.
I was taking a little nap.
That must have been 2. So 3.
I was in the garden.
4.
I was in the garden.
Hello.
Hello, Derek Ironbutt. Welcome. What did you miss? I wouldn't say we've learned all that much new at this point. I'm taking some time to be very thorough in my interrogation of everyone today. So far, we've talked to... let's see, we started out with Maggie and then Chris and then Anita, who had a lot of things to say, and Roy, and now we're talking to Juiced. Yeah, I can't think of anything particularly noteworthy to bring up, but there's been lots of like little things that have been kind of interesting, but nothing really exciting. Toronto says, weirdly enough, at my previous job, I came across pamphlets from like the 1920s where Catholics were doing targeted missionary work towards communist workers. Interesting. Okay. Shoot. Oh yeah. We the last one I asked was at 4 p.m. He said he was in the garden, but he actually goes to the pond at some point. I mean, that's not necessarily a lie. Like, you know, it's an entire hour, you know, he probably just goes to the pond briefly. So could be more of an omission than a lie.
I was fishing.
Six.
I was fishing.
Oh, also, like, I don't know. I don't know when exactly he meets with Anita, but that happens at some point. I feel like that must be at 5:30. I also have a note that he's in front of Juiced at somewhere around 5. So I guess in between garden and fishing, it looks like.
I was at my house.
I think I skipped one. Time has passed and we have a new hour available.
I was fishing.
Okay. And then at 8, he goes back to his house. Oh, right. That's when he burns the wig. Is it possible? Is it possible he finds the wig while he's fishing? Like, if someone was killed while wearing a wig and their body wound up in the water for whatever reason, then that wig could, you know, wash ashore separate from the body at some point. And this fits with my thoughts about Anita saying that Roy looked like he saw a ghost when he was shot at. To me, the thing that makes the most sense as an explanation for that is he thought he killed someone, but he was wrong about who he killed. Now I'm just thinking about, like, we're told by... Who told us that Roy would do... Was that Anita that said Roy would do anything for Marie? Yeah. When we ask about drug traffic, she says Roy would do anything for Marie. So... Like, previously, it seemed possible that Roy might have... Who did Roy see shoot at him? And who did he... Like, if any of that is right, like, who did he think he was killing, or who did he think he saw die, and then who was shooting at him later? It doesn't make sense. If he'd do anything for Marie, it doesn't make sense that... Well, I guess it's possible, like, if he saw Marie die, not of his own doing, then maybe he thought Marie was dead. And then, I mean, Marie could potentially shoot at him, right? Just because he would do anything for Marie doesn't mean Marie's into him. And Roy, like, goes breaking into her stuff. So, like, maybe he's doing that to try to help her. Or if he thinks she's dead, then maybe he's trying to go after whoever killed her or something, or just, yeah, I don't know. I have so many thoughts. Hello, Ms. Wright. We have not quite beaten Maupiti Island yet. How's he going to burn it if it's wet? Well, I mean, it doesn't burn, so maybe he's just trying. I don't know. Maybe that's why it doesn't burn all the way. The only other thing we know from Juiced about the wig is that, like, if I show it to him, he says, I'm scared. So it scares him for some reason. But I don't know why. Would I like a riddle? I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit curious. What is that from? That sounds familiar. Shit. I should know that. What's that from? Damn it. Shadowgate. Thank you. Okay, Dronan says, a trio together, alone, cruel and free, perceived the unexpected, once there by the sea. After, some will take two, some will take three. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay. Where were we? I think we went through his full schedule and we're up to, what have you noticed? Let me just double check.
I was at my house.
Right. And then I started thinking about the whole wig situation. Okay. What have you noticed, Juiced?
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The bird of ill omen cried 3 times.
You don't say. And is that especially ill? That seems pretty bad to me. My plans for tomorrow, getting murdered probably. Oof. Okay, 10 a.m.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
11.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Noon.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
1.
Maggie's eyes were red from crying.
Yeah, 1. Okay, yeah. I have a note from that previously. People mention Maggie's eyes being red from crying like around 11 a.m. and then Juiced mentions that around 1.
I was sleeping.
2. Oh,
I was sleeping.
That was 2. 3.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
4.
I was with Anita.
Okay. So 4 to 5 is when he's with Anita. How did I get 6:30? Hmm. 4 to 5 with Anita. Where? I think he says he's...
I was in the garden.
With Anita? Oh, that does match my notes for Anita. Okay. Red eyes are also associated with the devil's lettuce. Noted. Okay, 5.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
6.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
7.
Everything was as usual.
Okay. The more I learn about Juiced, the less likely it seems that he was the Lady in Black's accomplice. That was a possibility I considered at one point and answered the quiz that way one time. My current, for a while, I thought that burning the wig was to help somebody else. But I'm starting to think maybe he just was freaked out by it. Seems a little odd, but it's also not unbelievable. But it's still, whatever his reasons, I want to figure out more. Let's see. So we're pretty much done with juiced for now.
I'm eating.
Oh god, it's past 9 now. Okay. Okay, Sue's here. Let's talk to Sue.
Are you coming here?
Let's see. Ask Sue about Lucy's departure. So, when I ask about that...
It's funny that she left without saying anything to anyone. I owed her money.
That doesn't seem like something she would necessarily have a follow-up on, but it seems we're trying. We can go grab her ring real quick, and she is happy to get that back. I just realized this is a rare case of something that we can take from somebody's room and give it to that person. Because in this case, she lost it. In most cases, you can't do that and get a positive response because, you know, I think they're aware that it's theirs and you just took it from them. Okay, so... I was just wondering if maybe we want to wait before using this item, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it.
I'm having a drink.
That's not what I meant to do. Opinion.
It's funny that she left without saying anything to anyone. I owed her money. I don't see what you are getting at.
Yeah, I mean, same, I guess.
You can't believe everything you hear.
Huh. That's a weird thing to say. Do you not think Maggie is real? Hello, Queer Mint. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, Sue.
Let's talk about something else, okay?
Doesn't want to talk about herself. That's fair.
Girls like her don't have enemies.
I think Anita has enemies. I could be wrong, but... Bruce.
A really good sailor, but he's getting old. He's going nuts.
Multiple people comment about Bruce's age and like the whole he's going nuts thing. I was just kind of thinking about that and combined with, you know, everyone saying he's nervous all the time. I just like he really seems like he's up to something to me, and I wonder if like maybe people are misinterpreting his strange behaviors.
A really good sailor, but he's getting old. He's going nuts.
Hello, Dinosaur. Good to see you. We're doing lots of interrogating today.
When he wants to have a good time, he doesn't think about the cost. He's a nice looking guy. I'm crazy about him, but he has someone else.
Does he have someone else, or is he just obsessed with someone else? I think it might be the latter.
Ask Anita, he's her best customer.
Who was that, Anton? I remember that dialogue, and it's interesting because Sue and Anton are together later this night. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, I guess. Hey, Dave, good to see you. Julia says hi. Hello, Julia. Potato. Sorry I missed you beating Maupiti Island. That's okay, Hinton. I'm going to do it again, just for you. I'll even act like I haven't beaten it yet, just for you, just so you can get the full experience. Any progress tonight? Not really. So we're focusing on interrogating everyone. We're on maybe the 6th person we've talked to. This is the first time I've ever tried to go through like literally every question available. A lot of it's covering stuff we already knew. And occasionally we get little bits of like something new that's interesting but not very substantial, or something maybe we haven't thought about in a while, but nothing super revelatory, I suppose. Let's see. So that was Anton Juiced.
They call him the last of the Maupitis.
Marie.
Everyone adored her.
Lucy.
She did a lot of diving like Marie. She loved it.
It's been useful to me following your trains of thought regardless of what you haven't remarked upon. Okay, scheduling next.
I went to the beach as usual.
Oh, right. That's just a question about like the 30th during the day. Like, I think Anita, Sue, and Maggie all said they went to the beach the day before. As usual. They all say as usual.
I was in my room.
I guess, like, that makes sense that we find some items on South Beach. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I don't know. Marie did diving? Yeah. So, Marie and Lucy are both described as avid divers. I can't help but think there's reason for that. But I don't know what exactly. Let's see. 10 a.m.
I was in my room.
Should compare notes here. Can't be because diving is fun. Exactly. I'm glad you agree with me. Okay, Sue.
I was in my room.
And 11.
I was waxing the saloon.
Waxing the saloon. Is that a thing that needs to be done? Gosh. I've never waxed my saloon. I guess the floors, like wood floors, that makes sense. Noon.
I was in my room.
euphemism? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I'm waxing my saloon right now. They serve food at the saloon, right? Yes, that is correct. That is where the meals are served. Might wax the bar to keep it shiny? Yeah, that's possible too. Until Chris says, I'm not sure why, but waxing the saloon sounds like such a Stepford Wives ass thing to say. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, sorry for all the coughing. What have you noticed? I can't remember where we were. We'll do noon.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
One.
Bruce seemed nervous.
Bruce nervous at 1 again. Okay, I already have notes about that. So. I think there's like a scene where a woman declines an invitation to something feministy because she has to clean the vinyl accordion doors in her kids' playroom. That's so very specific. Vinyl accordion doors in her kids' playroom. Polishing the big room. Okay. Makes sense. It says, I love the text-to-speech because sometimes I hear them say something like Mr. Lamp, and I'm like, oh, okay. Mr. Lange? I forget how they pronounce it exactly. That is the main character's name. Mr. Lamp. Oh, shoot. What's his first name? Can't remember. Ooh, Davor says, I have to share tonight's meal because everything we cooked this week has been amazing. Nice. Honestly, Chris says, is that not the most 70s ass suburban thing you ever heard? It sure is. Davor says, Wagyu mushroom cheddar bacon burger with a jalapeno mayo jam, side roasted potatoes, and bacon fried Brussels sprouts. That sounds fantastic. Oh, yeah, it's Jerome. How long has your guy had a name for? Since we started playing, the whole time. I already get so hungry on watch these streams. Don't make it worse, please. I'm sorry. I love a good potato, indeed. Let's see. I think we did 1.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
That's when she was with Roy, apparently.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
I always get lost when I don't say the times out loud, and sometimes even when I do. 4.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
5.
Everything was as usual.
6.
Just fished up an odd mess of yellow algae. Roy was watching him.
Okay, that's meaningful. I don't think that was algae. So that was 6. Shoot. 6 to 7.
Just fished up an odd mess of yellow algae. Roy was watching him.
Okay. So that also suggests it's a blonde wig, which we're not really given that information by the game at all. So 6 to 7. And I think he's on North Beach at that point. Repeat that one more time, please.
Just fished up an odd mess of yellow algae. Roy was watching him.
Oh. I remember this point. So I think Roy and Sue are having a conversation at this time. Yeah. My notes say Roy is on North Beach talking to Sue. Interesting. A common color for algae to me. I mean, yellow algae isn't that weird, right? Okay, so that fits with my previous speculation that he finds the wig in the water. But why exactly does he burn it? Like, it doesn't seem completely impossible that he's just freaked out and wants it to be gone. But like, I feel like there's got to be more to it than that, right? Also, like, if it's a blonde wig that matches with Lucy's hair color, so that fits with my theory. Well, no. I guess my theory was that the body that shows up on South Beach at the end was possibly actually Lucy, even though some people think it's Marie. But if it's a blonde wig, we still don't know what color Marie's hair was. I'm really hoping we can find someone that mentions that today. But that would be good information to have, I feel like. Any description of Marie would be great. Yellow algae, also known as mustard algae. Don't make me Google yellow algae. Mizra says, yellow algae in your pool usually means it's chlorine resistant. Interesting. Culinary says, 3, Roy discards the wig after impersonating someone in the water. Juice fishes it up. Roy tells him to burn the wig. Juice burns the wig. Then Roy kills Juice to silence him. Interesting. The original game box art had Marie on it, I think. You know, I was thinking about the box art at one point. Let's see. The box art is very interesting. I think we should just all enjoy it together here. Let's see. Okay. I guess that's the biggest I can get it. One moment. I didn't set up my browser for before stream. Okay. So here's the cover. So we have a enormous monkey statue. Obviously, things are arranged in kind of a collage here. So like, we have a big emphasis on the monkey statue. Here's the pier with the 2 boats next to it, and we can kind of see South Beach in the background here. Well, I don't know. That's what South Beach looks like, but that's not directly next to the pier. It's like halfway around the island. This to me looks like Maggie. That's just... I'm really curious to see if these portraits match the portraits in the Amiga version better. But to me, this has a bit of a Maggie vibe. I don't really know who any of these characters are. This necklace on this woman is interesting. To me, this guy gives off a little bit of a Roy vibe, maybe, but like, or maybe Bruce is more likely. Where's my character portraits? Again, like, I feel like these portraits don't match the characters at all, at least in this version of the game, but so I'm just kind of going on extremely general vibes. Yeah, maybe Bruce is the best bet. I think that makes more sense than Roy. Yeah, and Roy has a mustache. So, like, I don't know. Is that Marie? I don't know. And then I don't know who this guy in the background is or what's happening to him. So many questions. And then I assume this is meant to be Maggie's house in the background here. Yeah. It says, I'm pretty sure the box art is all self-portraits of the devs. That makes sense. Dronon says, yeah, that's her. Okay, interesting. Secret Crush says, I'm annoyed that algae isn't only blue, green, or brown, thus ruining my jokey comments. I'm sorry. Okay. Where were we? We'll go back to 5.
Everything was as usual. Just fished up an odd mess of yellow algae. Roy was watching him.
Was I actually done? We'll make sure.
Chris asked me all sorts of questions about Maupiti.
Ah, interesting. That was 7 to 8?
Chris asked me all sorts of questions about Maupiti.
So, why then? Why then in particular? Let's see. 7 to 8. Chris is at Maggie's at 7:30. So they're probably just all sitting around having dinner then, I think. Makes sense. I think that was it.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I'm having a drink.
Okay. All right. So that's Sue. Now what? I would really... I wonder what would happen if we found Juiced on North Beach when he's fishing that wig out of the water and followed him. Would that reveal anything interesting, or would it just tell us what we already know? Like, the real question, I think, is whether he stops to talk to anyone. Let's eat while we... Oh. Okay. We're an hour late for dinner. My mistake. Whether he talks to anyone about the wig, or just goes directly to his house and burns it. Like that would indicate, well, that would at least maybe give us an idea whether he already knows something about the wig, or not. I'm inclined to think he already knows something about it. I guess another thought I just had is like, I guess we don't know that Lucy isn't necessarily wearing a wig in the photo where she's with Just. I mean, it's possible. It's not like wigs are only for disguises, right? Yeah. All right. Who else can we talk to right now? We'll just wander around until we find someone else, probably on the pier. Bob, we haven't talked to yet, right? Yeah. Okay. You're up next, Bob.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you. What are you doing?
I'm working. She's as bigoted as a nun and as depraved as a brothel keeper. Did you know she prostitutes girls?
I did know that. Huh.
She's as bigoted as a nun and as depraved as a brothel keeper. Did you know she prostitutes girls?
Yeah, that's about Maggie.
Let's talk about something else,
Don't want
okay?
to talk about Sue. So Sue is really into Bob, but he is really into Marie, and Marie's not into him.
Tell her to be careful what she says. It's easy to say the wrong thing.
That was about Anita.
I always told Bruce that he would team up with that whore Maggie.
Huh. I don't understand the relationship between Bruce and Maggie.
A good sailor, he knows his stuff.
Unsecret Crush says, I forget the circumstances that brings everyone here, but this guy seems extremely anti-sex worker for a guy visiting Sex Worker Island. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to think, like, I don't know what I've just realized that I kind of thought that the fishermen all lived here. Oh no, Bob is the captain of our boat. Okay, so he's not one of the fishermen. But it has separately just occurred to me that the fishermen don't necessarily live here. They're also just stopping here. Like, there's no indication that they live here at all. But like, I feel like it's suggested that they come here often. But the Brisbane, the boat that Bob is captain of, we have stopped here because of the hurricane. Like, obviously he comes here a lot. He knows Marie well, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything else, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you know, it could be, you know, it's certainly not impossible that he's, you know, just being, shit, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Doing a thing and then, you know, saying that it's bad. Why can't I think of the word? Contradictory, hypocrite, thank you. Yes, he could very much be a hypocrite. Let's see. So that was... We asked about Bruce. Okay.
A good sailor, he knows his stuff.
That was Roy.
There's not much to say about that, you know.
Not much to say about the secret cop.
Don't kid around with me, I'm not in a laughing mood.
I'm not kidding around. I just want you to tell me about yourself.
A good sailor, he knows his stuff.
This is Bob.
Nobody knows the trouble he's seen.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Everyone adored her. She did a lot of diving like Marie, she loved it.
Okay. On to scheduling. Nobody knows his sorrow. I think that every time somebody says that.
I was working on deck.
Bob. Okay. My notes say you're in your cabin at 10, but close enough, I guess. Oh, no, wait. I asked him about the night before. That's right.
I was in my cabin.
Okay.
I was in my cabin.
And 11?
I visited the island.
Yep. Extremely general, but thank you, I guess. Noon?
I was working on deck.
Mm-hmm. 1?
I was strolling around.
Strolling. Where does he go? I actually have a gap in my schedule there. And honestly, like, I wasn't suspicious of that gap, but now I am. I feel like anytime someone says they're strolling at a certain time, they're kind of avoiding answering the question. I'm going to highlight that. Actually, I'm going to put in my notes. That's a better way to remind myself to follow up. Okay. Wait, was that 1?
I was strolling around.
1 p.m. And 2.
I was strolling around.
Oh. So for a while. That's especially notable because that's lunchtime. That's when everyone else is eating. Why are you strolling so much, Bob?
I was looking for clues about Marie's death.
See, like, that is believable. Like, he goes into Marie's room at that point. And, like, you know, it could be he was looking for clues elsewhere on the island while he was strolling around, but if that's what he was doing, why wouldn't he have said that? I gotta get his 10,000 steps in. Hello, Zerfall. Good to see you. Okay. So that was 4 p.m. I'm gonna double check.
I was looking for clues about Marie's death.
And then 5.
I was in the bar.
Checks out. 6.
I was with Anita.
Also checks out. So, kitchen with juiced at 6:30. What, like, Juiced and Anita are in the kitchen at some point. I don't understand what the actual time of that event is. Like, I clearly saw them together there. 7.
I was strolling around.
Strolling again at 7. My notes say at 8 he's at Maggie's looking for Juiced.
I was working on deck.
He does go to the pier after that. Okay. What have you noticed?
I didn't think Marie seemed either worried or threatened.
Okay, so he was with or saw Marie during the day before. I feel like that's the first time anyone has mentioned that, having seen her that day.
I didn't think Marie seemed either worried or threatened.
So that's also kind of interesting, like, that maybe supports the theory that she's the lady in black. But then there's also a question of, like, I was about to say, there's also a question of, if Marie is the lady in black, why does she suddenly decide to go missing, Marie? But then I realized, like, the whole disappearance starts with Marie wanting Bob's help. Or sorry, Lady in Black wanting Bob's help. And Bob apparently does not agree to help her. But it's well known that Bob is very into Marie. So if someone were wanting to make sure Bob does what they want, kidnapping Marie or faking Marie being kidnapped would certainly be a way to accomplish that. So I think that makes sense. But then I just remembered the whole... So Marie has tea and a cigarette every night before bed. And at least on this particular night, Maggie made Marie's tea. And Maggie mentions that at one point she leaves the tea unattended and she comes back and the teacup has been moved. So it could be that's like a red herring, but that whole situation doesn't quite fit with Marie, faking her own kidnapping. I don't know, man. It's wild that I've been playing this for so long and I'm still like, I have no idea what's actually going on here. Where were we? So we did that.
The bamboo dropped anchor. The hold is damaged.
Okay. I'm just thinking about the bamboo hold being damaged and like if there's any more to that.
Everything was as usual.
We're in Australia? How did that happen? 11.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Noon?
Roy really chewed Chris out.
Okay. I wonder why that is. Like, Chris isn't really a fisherman, and Roy's not happy about that. But I wonder if there's a particular reason for this. Like, is Roy maybe blaming Chris for the damage to the boat? Like, it certainly seems believable that in a difficult situation, like if you have a capable crew, you have better chances of avoiding damage to the boat. But don't know. 1.
Nothing special.
2.
Everything was as usual.
3.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
4.
Nothing special.
5.
Everything was as usual.
6.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
7.
Everything was as usual.
Everything's pretty usual, huh? 8.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. Let's see. All the notes I have about asking Bob questions are about things that have not happened yet. Oh, I have a note. If we ask Bob about Juiced's death, he says that Maggie will tell you what was stolen. Which is interesting. I don't know what to make of that. But that seemed like a situation where we might want to like remember Bob saying that and then, ask Maggie the same question and then follow up with that, with what Bob told us. But of course we have to wait until after Juice dies to do that. Oh, right. I also have a note, potentially related, that Bruce didn't want Maggie to see Marie's body. Allegedly because, oh, the body's decomposing and it's upsetting and stuff. But I don't know. Seems a little fishy to me, especially when it seems like Maggie is one of the people who knows Marie best. So she might be in the best position to tell if it's not actually Marie's body. Okay, so that's it for Bob for now. I think he just said he's working.
I'm working.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. We already talked to Bruce, right? Let me double check that. So we've talked to Maggie, Chris, Anita, Roy, Juiced, Sue. Oh, we didn't talk to Bruce? Okay. So we have Bruce and Anton left, I think. Is that everybody? Oh, he just left. Well, I'll write down names. I'll make a page for everybody. That'll be easier to keep track of who we haven't talked to yet. So Bob we just talked to. Anton I just wrote down. Bruce I just wrote down. Roy we've talked to. Just going to double check everything here. Chris we talked to before that. Maggie was the first person we talked to. Sue and Anita we've talked to. Okay, yeah, so that's everybody. Unless we find some way to talk to Marie or Lucy or Fred. So Bruce and Anton. I think before we do that, I need another break. This will be a slightly longer one. I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so. And we'll come back and continue our interrogation. I think once we've talked to Bruce and Anton, then we will go into one of my other saves. And then that'll give me the opportunity to ask about more of these topics. And I'll probably focus on going through my list of interesting things. And we also have the thing I discovered off stream that I haven't talked about yet. So we'll go through that bit as well. There might be more to investigate there. Good night, Deavor. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Hello. Dronon says, I've added a quote from both Robot Spacer and Mizra into the guide. Exciting. So before we get back to the game, I got another ginger beer. We went to Whole Foods in order to get, they're the only place around that has fake ricotta cheese. And I've been planning to finally make some lasagna. Hopefully this weekend, if all goes as planned. And they also had a couple ginger beers I've never tried. So I picked up this one because this one had the cutest bottle. It's called Betty Buzz. There's a lot of sediment in it. They don't tell you to invert it, but it seems like it's probably a good idea. So I'm going to do that. Apologies to all Italians. Lasagna? Yes, lasagna. Also, hello, Arabella. Good to see you. So I made, for Halloween last year, I made a personal lasagna that was, I guess it ended up not being entirely dairy-free. But it was lactose-free at least, and mostly dairy-free. There was some mozzarella in it. But it was a recipe I found online and then modified slightly, and now I'm going to make a larger serving of it. So Unsecret Crush can also have some. It was very good. Hopefully it'll come out as good this time. All right. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure if I like it. I wouldn't say that it's bad. Oh, this one had a very simple ingredients list. Also, the label is almost impossible to read. It's like printed in a very similar color to the drink itself. The ingredients are carbonated water, cane sugar, ginger juice, and citric acid. And it also has 4% juice in it. And it definitely tastes like that. It's a little bit more like, it tastes a little juicier. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It doesn't taste that gingery to me. Which I think is my least favorite thing about it. Probably use medium firm tofu as ricotta. Interesting. Yeah, like I considered other options, but the recipe that I made was really good, and I wanted Unsecret Crush to try it. So I wanted to try making the same thing again, and then I think after that, I'll try experimenting with other options. It's not worth. Our nearest Whole Foods is a minor trek, so it's not really worth going out there just to get fake ricotta. I forget what that ricotta is made out of. It's a Kite Hill brand. Does that mean that ginger beer has invert sugar? Apparently not. Or maybe silken. Okay. Let's see. Crush said, texture-wise, I think silken tofu would be better. I wonder if the flavor profile will be similar at all. Yeah. Okay, back to the game. I'm disappointed. A personal problem I have is it's always disappointing when something with cute design is disappointing as a product. It's nice when you get both in one package. So far, my favorite of the ginger beers I've tried on stream has been the I think it was called Cock and Bull that I had last time. And the Q Mixer premium ginger beer was pretty good also. Those were actually pretty similar, both on the stronger side, at least from what I've tried as far as the ginger goes, which I enjoy. And I still like Bundaberg a lot, but that's like a very different, I don't know, it's different from other ginger beers I've tried. I forget, it's been a while since I've looked at the ingredients of that stuff. Okay, so we need to find Bruce or Anton. It's getting late. Ooh. Okay. Maybe we'll set that aside for now. Oh. Okay, let's go grab the newspaper. I think that was a thing that Anita likes. Anita's going to be at the well soon. Yeah. Anita likes the newspaper. So let's see if we can get any information out of her while she's there. And I think when I reload, it'll be a better opportunity to talk to Anton and Bruce. Drained then blended with salt, pepper, and a bit of lemon juice. I think that'd work great. And a small amount of olive oil. Interesting. Okay. So now let's head to the well. Excuse me. And we'll skip half an hour. Anita should show up here soon. So Anita gets a note from someone. We don't know who. Telling her to meet them at the well at midnight. I can't remember the exact wording, but it's basically saying that they have something important to tell her. Just trying to see if I have a note about what that says. I'm not seeing one. I think she shows up at about 15 minutes after midnight. I hope we find something interesting tonight. I mean, there's been lots of interesting things, but like, I still, like, I'm hoping to get something that gives me more, makes me more confident of what is actually going on. Where's Anita? Maybe I'm wrong about exactly when she shows up. I guess the thing about the wig was pretty okay. It's at 12:30. Shoot. Well, I would have skipped another half hour by waiting, but I think at this point it'd be better to just wait. Well, no, it's fine. I know she hangs around for a while. Okay.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
I was. What are you doing?
I couldn't sleep.
Are you sure? How about a newspaper?
I'm supposed to meet someone at the well.
Okay. So not new information, but it was at least satisfying that that got information out of her.
I'm supposed to meet someone at the well.
So she's just repeating that now. What else could we ask about? None of my other notes are things that have happened yet. You've seen one really interesting statement, overlooked two minor statements. There have been two notable absences of statements. Interesting. Yeah, I have no doubt that I'm overlooking something, but I mean, there's been lots of things that I haven't written down because they don't particularly stand out, or they just kind of fit with what we already know. And I'm just trying to I'm trying to not write down literally everything. If it feels necessary, I will do that off stream though. Okay. I'm just reviewing stuff Anita said to see if there's anything we want to ask her about, just in case we get that bonus bit of info for having given her something. Chris is fishy. Bob's a bastard. That's got an arrow next to it, so let's ask about Bob.
A bastard Sue had a hard time with him.
That's the same thing.
She was a little bitch. I won't miss her at all.
That also seems like one where she might have more to say that she's not being upfront about. Lucy also. Wasn't a girl like us caught her snooping. My face bug. Oh, right. We also got that follow-up on drug traffic from Anita, that dealers need boats like the Brisbanes. Like, that's not necessarily confirming anything, but it does back up the idea that Lady in Black wanted use of the Brisbane specifically for drug trafficking. So it's evidence that that is correct. Oh, you misheard. Sue had a hard time. Why did I think she was saying a bastard? Sue had a love child with him. I mean, the text-to-speech is a little hard to understand. It helps if you're looking at the text to make sure you're hearing the words correctly, I think. Where's this bastard child then? That makes sense. I saw you comment on that at one point, I think, but I think it went by before I had a chance to actually say anything about it. Okay. So, unfortunately, that's it for Marie right now. Or Anita. Why do I keep saying the wrong person's name? So we could just go down the well and get a reset, or we could... let's see. My save files are at... So we could go back to 4:45 or 9:25 on the first day, or we can go to 8:30 a.m. or 8:10 p.m. on the second day. I feel like at this point we've... Oh, wait, no. There's things we want to investigate. I really want to do that. Let's let's do a reset here. I really want to figure out so like I want to witness Juiced fishing the algae out of the water and see if we can learn anything when that happens. And then I want to follow Juiced, and also I want to figure out when he actually meets with Anita. Automod, calm down. Puzzle said I'm a slow reader, so yeah, I do worry it might disappear too fast and then everyone will be rolling and having bastard children. Okay. So we're going to go back to our first save at 4:45 p.m. So let's very quickly go to Maggie's and just make sure that Juiced and Anita aren't in the kitchen at 4:30. Okay. Well, we didn't get here until 5:05. So I guess if that does happen at 4:30, we'll have to go back further to find out. But now I want to go to North Beach. Hopefully we didn't just waste too much time. Okay, Juiced is here. Juiced raises his nets. They are overflowing with gilt heads and mackerels. Is gilt head a type of fish? So, let's see, go back to my notes here. So it was, oh shit, I didn't write down the time. Was it 7 or 6? I feel like the times are, the people say things happen are maybe a little bit approximate anyways. Okay. So it was Sue. Okay. All right. So we're just going to wait. I really don't want to miss anything at all, so we're just going to wait. It might take a while, but that's just detective life, I guess. Let's talk to Juiced briefly.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I wonder...
I'm fishing.
Oh, we can take the hook. I was going to say, I wonder if it might be good to have something that Juice likes on us. What? Okay. You didn't do anything. There we go. If you get ahead of time for a supposed meeting time, do the people in question just show up eventually? Yeah, like people's movements are not affected by you at all. So if you get somewhere that a person is supposed to be at a certain time, they will show up there eventually. And like time is always passing, even if I'm not taking an action. I'm curious if maybe I didn't invert this long enough. I was also, just based on the appearance of it, I was wondering if if this is expected appearance for this ginger beer, or if it's maybe been sitting on the shelf longer than is ideal. Puzzle says, oh, that's good. Yeah, I can absolutely see why this is taking 100 hours even before the quiz at the end. Lots of routine learning and such. Yeah, like I spent so much time just, making these spreadsheets of everyone's schedules and stuff. And we're still learning stuff. Like Bob strolling is another thing we need to investigate. One of those was at 7 p.m., so that might be something we can do. Well, no, that's probably going to overlap with this too much. Res Mason, hello, good to see you. Got the Bundaberg ready for drawing, spreadsheets, and ginger beer opinions. Nice. If you missed it, I'm trying out this Betty Buzz today. I'm a little disappointed in it. It's got 4% juice. Yeah, it is specifically ginger juice. I just wanted to double check. And it definitely, like, it's got more of a juice kind of taste to it than what I expect out of a ginger beer, I guess. I guess ginger juice doesn't taste like ginger that much to me. Okay, the gang's all here. Sue, Roy, and Juiced. Juiced empties his nets. 50 meters away, Sue and Roy are talking. So let's... I don't know if this will be useful, but let's ask everyone what they're doing right now.
You again.
Yeah, it's me again.
I'm fishing. Are you coming here? I'm taking a walk.
Okay.
Yes. I'm taking a walk.
Okay. So they both say they're taking a walk. And the way Sue described this, Roy watched Juiced pull this yellow algae out of the water. So I want to keep observing to see if we ever get any more information about this. I'm a little concerned that because I want to keep observing, I feel like there's a good chance that Juiced is going to leave before I have a chance to follow him. But we can always reset again, I guess. I'm so puzzled about Juiced meeting with Anita in the kitchen. When would that have been? I guess it could. It's 6:10 right now. So if he finds the net, so maybe if he finds the net, the wig, if he finds the wig and then goes to see Anita and then goes to burn it, that would be interesting. What would that mean? Still the same description if we look around. I will say, if I could do this whole stream series over again, I might be tempted to play the Amiga version the whole time, just so we could have all the ambient sounds and animation in that version. It'd be nice to, be waiting around like this and have something to look at and listen to. But maybe it would get annoying to hear the same loop of beach sounds over and over. So another 5 minutes passed. No change in description. ask Juice what he's doing again.
Yes, sir. I'm fishing.
Okay. Res Mason says, if this runs in Scum VM, I bet you can enter some commands into the console and the Abyss Amiga version will sing like a canary. I am pretty sure it does not run in Scum VM. But I suppose I've never tried. Let's observe again. Okay, autocomplete added Abyss. All right. The Amiga version will sing like a canary. Got it. That makes more sense. I was a little confused there. Scum VM Maupiti Island. I thought we might find a page on it, but the top results are posts on things people want to be supported, it seems like. Yeah. Oh, shit. Got distracted and everybody's gone. Okay. I feel like I'm pretty sure I didn't miss anything, though. That's kind of how I expected it to happen. But let's see if we can figure out where Juiced goes. Maggie, Anita, and Roy. What the... I'm so confused. And then at this point, Juice is burning the wig. Let's see, how do we learn about that? We were told that smoke was coming from his house by someone. Was how we first learned about it. Okay, I'm going to reset so we can try that again. This time I will actually follow Juiced so we can hopefully see his complete path until he goes back to his house. 124 deaths. So many. Love that resetting is throwing yourself down a well. We can also throw ourselves in the pond, but only in specific conditions. In all my saves, I have the rope in place so we can climb down the well at any time. So that's the easiest option. Oh, I should have tried asking Juiced what he was doing and then giving him the hook to see if that got me any more info. I'm going to wait until everyone is here before I do that, though. Okay. Yeah, this is a perfect time, and then we'll follow him after that.
Yes, sir. I'm fishing. I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay, I tried. I didn't really expect much out of that, but like my assumption is he hasn't found the wig yet. Like he probably finds it and immediately takes off. So let's follow. Oh, so he goes straight to Juiced's. Straight to his house. Interesting. I'm like increasingly perplexed by my notes about Anita and Juiced meeting in the kitchen. Oh, then he goes to the kitchen. Okay, so it's 7:30. Okay. Finally. Okay, so let's give up and see if we can observe this conversation at all. No, Anita's already gone. Okay. Shoot. Did we?
Again.
Let's ask Juiced.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay, so he's clearly lying. That was 6 to 7. Okay. So
I'm listening.
that's a good time period to give him something and try to get more information out of him. What can we use? Juiced. Maggie's bra. The amulet. Oh, right. The amulet's right outside. Perfect.
Again.
Me again. Have you noticed? 6 to 7.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Are you really sure about that?
I often find algae in my nets. I throw them back in.
So he fishes a wig out of the water. He immediately burns it. And then the next thing he does is go to talk to Anita. So Roy might also know because he was watching. So he might have something to say. So Roy and Anita are, I guess, our best bet at finding out anything else about that. So Roy, we can give our newspaper to. And then Sue, her ring or a bracelet or brooch will all work. Oh, Roy came back to the pier with us. That's convenient. Okay.
Yes.
So, actually, some people we asked questions up till around 5, and some people we got up until like 7 or 8. So I'm just gonna check. Okay, Roy we got up till 6 p.m. So let's ask him his scheduling. We'll make sure we got this.
I was strolling around.
Okay. And then 7.
I was having a drink at the bar.
Okay. So strolling on North Beach, and then he also goes to the monkey statue before that. And then at the bar. Oh, also he goes into Marie's room. Oh, right. That's when he breaks into Marie's room. Right. Okay. Oh. Shit. He breaks into Marie's room immediately after seeing Roy fish that wig out of the water.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
You sure about that, my guy?
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay, so let's go back to 6 to 7.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
And then give him something he likes.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Why did he just repeat that instead of saying, I don't see what you're getting at? Hmm. Like, I wish I could. The only other thing I can give him is his other diamond, which he hasn't lost yet. I could do that on the second day. Like, I'm just curious if we give him something else, would he maybe eventually I could try violence. I'm a little curious. I don't want to use violence.
I'm listening.
Let's try bribery, just for kicks. I can go grab money out of my room. Let's see, it's in one of these. I think it's in the left side. What kind of gamer are you? I'm a non-violent gamer.
You again.
Okay. So let's ask him what he noticed between 6 to 7.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
This is a pacifist run. I used violence once and I felt bad about it. I think we tried it again recently, but so let's bribe. We'll be generous. $25?
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
That's all I got.
That's more expensive.
That's a weird thing to say. I don't know what that means, but I'll punch him. Okay.
If I get mad, there'll be trouble.
I don't think that's effective.
I don't have anything to tell you.
Oh, now he's just pissed off.
If I get mad, there'll be trouble. If I get mad, there'll be trouble. If I get mad, there'll be trouble.
Silver says, Genova Chen, leader of that game company, makers of Journey, Flow, Flower, etc., say that he tries to make games that are machine gunless, and many publishers won't pick up his games because of that. Robot Spacer is a fan of machine gunless games. Arabella says, actually, what he probably means is, apart from murder, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Okay, so I feel like Roy must be lying about what he saw. Something makes him suddenly break into the bookcase in Marie's room. And it makes so much sense that he saw that that was a wig. And that was meaningful to him in some way. Can't remember the last game I played that had a machine gun in it. I'm not sure either. One of these days I'm going to port that game company's Flow to HTML5. Interesting. I don't think I ever played Flow at all. I maybe have never played any of their games. I watched Unsecret Crush play, I think, all of Journey. I played a little. Yeah, I did actually play a little bit of it at some point. But never all the way through. Dagger of Amun-Ra had one. That's true. That's true. Not for the player, though. Okay. So. Oh no, what's happening? Am I getting a game over? Ah, my clumsiness. I did try a lot of bribery and other things, and violence. Okay. Let's see. I think actually this time we're just going to start here. I really want to see what Sue and Roy are up to in Sue's room. It's possible they're just having sex. But they could be having an interesting conversation. So that seems worth investigating. So that means we're going to wait. Let's see. I'm pretty sure Sue... Okay. She's out of her room now. So we're going to go in there and hide until that happens at 2. Let's see. Okay. We're hidden behind this red thing. And we're just going to wait here for a few hours. It's fine. It's normal detective stuff. Don't worry about it. Okay, Sue's here now. Nothing noteworthy happening. Nothing noteworthy. Sue has left. Nothing in particular. What does Journey do if there's no other players to pair with online? That's a good question. Unsecret Crush says, I'm not sure. Last time I played, I was surprised I still encountered another person. Like, yeah, it seems like there's, enough fans that there's probably decent odds that somebody else will be playing. I wonder if it's also possible that, like, I don't know, they could have something like a backup that is just kind of like a scripted player. Okay, Sue and Roy are both here now. What's that supposed to mean? I don't want to, says Roy. Don't you like me anymore? Oh. Huh. Oops. Might be certain parts where they might drop in a computer-controlled NPC if there's no actual other player. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to wait. Okay, they're still here. Oh, now they're fucking. 2 bodies intertwine in the tropical heat. Fail the reverse Turing test. Uh-oh. I don't know what to make of this situation here. Okay, Roy has left now. Okay. So, let's see. Is there anything else we want to investigate? I guess there's a couple things I want to observe, and I can't do them both at the same. Oh, what if we hid in the kitchen? That could be interesting.
You wanted to see me.
Oh, whoops. No, it's good. Goodbye. I forgot that she was still there, and she saw us just casually walking out of the room. No big deal. Okay, so let's hide in the kitchen. Can we just hide back here or something? Can we hide in the oven? There's got to be somewhere we can hide. Behind the curtain? There we go. Okay. Oh, Res Mason, your previous post got censored because... it's probably linked to a Penny Arcade comic, I guess. Culinary disaster. Culinary, thank you so much for 28 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for using your Prime sub here. Been waiting all stream. Thank you. Also, I just remembered a thing I've been meaning to ask. So a while ago, I set it up so when people resub, it might not be the same for Prime subs, actually. But if anyone has an answer to this, I would be curious. A while ago, I set it up so that when you resub, you should be able to select from a few different alert messages. Does it no longer do that, or do y'all just go with the default? Not super important. I think about that every once in a while, and I've been curious. It does not do that. Okay. Sometimes I paste a URL just to test the filter, like a cow testing the electric fence. It is very sensitive. Like if you have two words separated or with a period in between them, it will think it's a link, even if it's not anything remotely like a real domain name. Oh, yeah. I don't know if it happens on mobile. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I'll have to look into it. I don't know if that was maybe like an experimental thing that they decided to no longer support, or maybe something like broke on my end or something. Who knows? Okay. So we're hiding and we have like 4 hours to wait. Okay. Maggie's here now. Maggie's having a drink at the bar. She's sobbing. This is a thing I hadn't thought about. We considered the possibility of Maggie being the Lady in Black's accomplice, assuming the Lady in Black is Marie. But Marie is definitely upset. Maggie is definitely upset about Marie's disappearance. So that doesn't add up at all. Like, she's the most upset out of anyone. I wonder if that's noteworthy. Like, obviously it's totally possible that Maggie is just super upset that Marie has been kidnapped. Like, that's totally reasonable, right? But what if Maggie actually thinks Marie is dead for some reason? I'm just kind of thinking about that and wondering if that would be Like if that would fit in with anything else we know, and I can't really think of anything. But it's something to maybe consider. Okay, let's get back to waiting. So it's 5 now. 5:30. 6. 6:30. Surprised there's nobody in here for such a long period. Maggie's concocting you a tasty little dish, which I will never have the opportunity to eat. Okay, now Juiced is here. Oh, we still get the same... Oh, Anita's not here. Shit, did we miss... Shit. I think that event of Anita and Juiced being in the same place at the same time, it might just be an extremely brief thing that I've just skipped past. Oh well. I think we've also missed the opportunity to witness other things I was wanting to look into. Bob is strolling at 7 p.m. We could potentially still look into that. Let's poke around real quick and see if we can find where he is. Oops, I didn't mean to go outside. Yeah, we're not going to have enough time. So we'll just do a reset. Take. Since we started from the beginning, I gotta... Oh, we can just go in the pond. Okay. So this time... Oh no, I was gonna say this time we can load up a save, but let's investigate Bob strolling from 1 to 3. Let's see if we can figure out where Bob goes. It'd be good to find him before, like around noon, and then follow him, I think. Then we can see exactly where he goes. So we're not gonna load. In fact, let's just sleep. There we go. And let's see, Bob is... Okay, so he's at Maggie's. Yeah, he should come back here around noon, so we'll wait for that. There he is. At the pier, in front of Juiced's. At 1:10. What's he doing there? I'm going to keep following him. At the well. So now it's 1:40. Let's keep following. At the pond. At 2:10. This is an interesting stroll, Bob. Lost sight of him at the saloon. Oh, he goes into Maggie's room. Okay. Good night, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Okay. So that was interesting. And it might be worth following up on. Hard to say whether that would lead us to anything interesting. Okay, so I think next... we'll take another shot at witnessing that conversation that we missed. Hide behind the curtain. What? Okay. So we can skip forward until 7. $6.20. Oh, is it safe? I'm gonna risk it. Okay, good. We're good. Okay. So 7:20, and we're just gonna wait here for a couple minutes. $7:25, still not here. Is it possible I still don't actually have the time? Like, obviously we know Juiced comes in here, but this might not be the time that he talks to Anita. Yeah, it's like she's leaving as he's coming in. There's never a moment where they're together in here. But nothing else makes sense. This might be a situation where I might have to go through all my past streams and figure out when I wrote down this note and what the hell was I looking at when this happened. I'm not going to worry about it right now, that's for sure. We don't even know if it's important. So the things we do know are Juice fishes the wig out of the water. Like, I feel like there's no way that could be wrong. No one will admit to it being a wig, but that has to be what happened. And then he goes and burns it immediately. So without talking to anyone. So he tries to burn it. He has some idea what that wig is. If I show it to him, he says he's scared. If we show it to other people, a couple of the women say that it seems familiar, but they won't say anything else about it. So now that we have some idea that it's probably a blonde wig and that Lucy was blonde, that feels like a good bet that it maybe looks like Lucy's hair. I don't know. I think that's kind of all we can do with that for right now. It might be worth... I can't remember if I tried giving Sue something when we were talking about what she saw there. So let's try that. Maybe we can get more info out of her. She's in her room right now. Damn it.
You wanted to see me.
I mean, yeah, but I also want to get that ring out of your room first. She's still there? Okay, good. So she's probably in the saloon now. Great.
You again.
It's me again. Okay, what did you notice from 6 to 7?
Just fished up an odd mess of yellow algae. Roy was watching him.
Okay. And I'm going to give you this ring.
Just dragged up some yellow algae that didn't really look like algae, but it was all wet and I was a long way away, so maybe I didn't see very well.
Okay. I do appreciate that we at least got some confirmation that it didn't look like algae. That makes me, without a doubt, 100% positive it's the wig. So I have zero doubts about that now. So that's good. I wonder if it would be useful to hide out in Juiced's house when he goes to burn the wig. And we've done that before. I wonder if we might be able to catch something we missed last time. I really don't know. I'm kind of doubtful, but I also kind of want to try it. It might also be interesting to see exactly what time he gets there. Let's see. If we go to... So it's 5 till right now, and then going to North Beach. Okay, so that's a 10-minute walk. Oh, only 5 minutes that time. Okay, so it's a 5 to 10-minute walk. Yeah. Okay. Taco Adventure, hello. Great to see you. Hope you had a great stream. Ooh, Stanley Parable. That is a game that I have been very curious about for a long time, but have never had a chance to play. Hope you all had a great time. If anyone is not following Taco Adventure, they are on a quest to play like every English language adventure game ever made. So lots of good stuff to catch over there. And if anyone is new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Maupiti Island, which is a detective mystery game from 1990, originally released for the Amiga in 90, and then in 91 for DOS, which is the version we're checking out here. I've been playing this game for 27 streams now, over 120 hours, and I still have no idea what's going on. But we're making some progress tonight. We make progress every week, and eventually we'll crack the case. Okay, so... at this point in the game, the developers really don't want you to reload, but we've learned how to quickly end the game. So we can effectively reload even though there's no built-in function for doing so. And for the sake of time, this is occasionally useful to do. Let's see, we're going to load up our save 1 here. Okay, so we're going to hide out in Juice's house now. Let's see, I think we can hide under the bed here. No? No? Okay. Oh, I had it and then I screwed it up. Okay, we're hidden now. So Juiced finds a wig in the water that clearly has some relation to the missing woman that we're trying to solve the mystery of here. Next adventure game you make, you gotta add a quick death well. Okay, so he finds this wig at about 6:30, and then he comes back here to attempt to burn it. So it's currently 5:20. Okay, let's wait one more time. Okay. And then we're just going to wait until he appears here. So I think he leaves the beach at 6:30, so he should show up at about 6:35 or 6:40. If Juice walks at the same speed that we do. He could be faster, he could be slower, we don't know. So this will take 2 or 3 minutes of real time. I just remembered I was looking at my time notes on times of things here. And I feel like we really need to investigate what Nita says about seeing Juiced at 1 or so. I really want to figure out if that's correct or not. Oh, Juiced is here now. Okay, so he shows up right at 6:30. Interesting. No comment. Okay. We're going to wait. I really want to know if there's anything to observe here. So we'll probably have to wait about 6 minutes of real time to get through the next half hour here. I think it's worthwhile just to make sure we haven't missed anything. And then the other thing that's happening right now that I would really like to investigate is Roy. Like, it'd be good to follow Roy from North Beach, because I feel like Sue was roughly... Sue and Roy were talking 50 meters away from Juiced, is the way the scene is described to us. And Sue could tell that it maybe wasn't algae. It looked weird. It looked unusual in some way. But Roy seemed like he was watching more closely what Juiced was doing. That actually makes me wonder, was Roy watching for a reason? Did he have reason to think that Juiced might find something in the water? Regardless, like, I feel like it's pretty good odds that Roy figured out what Juiced found in the water. Nothing in particular. Running out of things to say. That's fair. I feel like even if I'm investigating the wrong things here, or if I am investigating the right things but just not making progress, we'll get there eventually. Okay. Every 5 minutes that pass, I'm going to observe to see if anything is new. Try quiz before end of stream. Yeah, I think that's, like, at this point, oh God, it's 1:30 practically. At this point, like, I think that's going to be the plan for every stream, is to try the quiz at the end and see how we do. I think it's a fun way to wrap up, and eventually we'll do better, right? Maybe I'll eventually get, the good ending, even if I feel like I still haven't figured everything out. I don't really know if that's possible. I guess it's possible if I happen to guess everything correctly, if nothing else. Let's observe again. No comment. It's frustrating to me that the game does this. Like, we know something is happening right now. Juiced is trying to burn this wig. Like, it would be much more satisfying if we got some suggestion of what's going on in the room. Even if it's vague. Even if it's very vague, it would feel a lot more satisfying. Like, maybe because we're hiding, we can't really see anything. So maybe we're just kind of hearing some shuffling or whatever. But, like, we would hear the stove opening and closing. We'd probably be smelling the awful smell of a wig being burned, right? So there's things we'd be able to observe. And it'd be nice to get a hint of that. That juice is just cold. Could be. Nothing to signal. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get anything here, but I just want to be sure. I'm thinking things through here. So, like, if Roy sees Juice get the wig out of the water, then he goes to get the chess book out of Marie's bookcase. Like, he knows that's there. He must know that that book is important. Yeah, because he gets the book. Like, he knows that's important. And then later he gets drunk and he figures out how to open the piano, basically. And then he gets the encrypted note out of the piano. And once he has that, he's able to use the chess book to decrypt it. So, like, he has some idea of how this piano works and what Marie is doing with it. It just takes some doing. We wait the boat. We wait the boat. I'm still so baffled by that message. Like, it seems like it's clearly related to, the lady in black wanting the Brisbane, Bob's boat. For this shipment. But who is it from? And who is it to? Like, because the message is so unclear, it could be interpreted as we're waiting for the boat, or it could be interpreted as we're waiting with the boat, or we're waiting on the boat. I don't know. Puzzling. Very puzzling. Oh, Colin said, sorry, I asked how your last quiz went and then had to jump into a meeting. No worries. Actually, I missed your question, so that worked out great. So last quiz, I actually wrote down all our quiz questions and answers and how we did. So the first quiz, we got, the game said 0 to 25% correct. I haven't been observing. I've been so lost in thought. Oh, here. Juice builds a fire in the stove. The smell of something burning rises. Okay. So he doesn't actually start burning the wig until 7. I'm glad we at least get acknowledged that he's doing it. Okay. So we got 0 to 25 according to the game. According to Dronon, we actually got 25 to 50% the first time. Second time, 0 to 25 again. According to Dronon, actually 50 to 75, which is very interesting. And then last week, it said I had 25 to 50% according to the game, and according to Dronon, 50 to 75. So my take on that is, like, even though the percentages are all very vague, it seems like we're doing a little bit better each time. So the last quiz, we were asked, I also figured out off stream that based on the questions we got each time, I think it's just randomized which questions we get. Who is Anita? And I said other. That's a question of, like, what does Anita do? Is she a drug dealer, criminal, blackmailer, or other? We're asked, who is Anton with at a certain time of day? I said Sue, which I'm 100% confident of. We're asked who is the last to see Juiced, which I think is a little bit of a question mark. Anita says that she sees him like just before he gets killed. But I wonder if she might be lying about that. Oh, interesting. I wrote down our next question was who kidnapped Marie, and I wrote down Marie, but I'm curious if that's what I actually clicked on. I think I meant to click on no one. Either way, you know, same idea. What does she do? I said drug trafficking. Her accomplice, I said Maggie, which I now think is probably wrong. I wonder if it could be Lucy. I don't know. You know, it could also be nobody or Fred, for all I know. Who killed Juiced? I said Roy. I feel like that has to be right, but I guess I'm open to the possibility that I've been misled somehow. Motive. I said the medallion. What are the options for that one? That one is definitely a big question mark. Okay, so our options are diamond, medallion, money, a wig, amulet, a fetish, and other. Like at this point, I don't know if motive is... I don't know if wig is correct to describe as a motive, but I do think it's possible that Juiced finding the wig... Yeah, I think finding this wig in the water has told Juiced something. And Roy knows that Juiced knows something now. And that's why he kills Juiced. I don't know what that is. Okay, so Juiced leaves at 7:30. And then he goes to the bar. So yeah, I think a wig might be the correct answer there. Like, but anyways, I said the medallion. The exact hour I said 1:30. I'm pretty sure of that. Because I'm pretty sure at one point we spent the whole night in here. In fact, we're here in hiding. Let's do it again. Let's do it again right now. 9 o'clock. Okay, Juiced is back here at 9:30. Let me finish going through the quiz answers here. The target of shots fired at 10:30 on the second day, I said Roy, which I'm pretty sure of. And then the time, 10:30, also very sure of that. Okay, so back to Juiced here. So he gets home at 9:30. Or it could mean we are waiting tables on the boat. Yes, that's a possibility. How's Dronon giving different results than the game? I don't know. I don't want to. If you want a definitive answer to that right now, you probably have to whisper Dronon to discuss that, because that's not something I want to know yet until I finish the game. Because I'm just worried it might be too revealing to understand what's going on there. But it seems like there's some disagreement over how the percentage is calculated exactly. It could be just some weirdness or even a bug, but so Juiced is in here from 9. Oh, and I previously observed that his door is locked as of at least 11. I'm just trying to decide exactly how long to skip ahead here. I think I'll do one more. Okay. So he's still here at 1:10. Mr. Lamb in the haunted well with the cigarette butt. When is a wig not the correct answer, really? Exactly. Oh, can give precise percentages if preferred. I think I would prefer the rough percentage. Like, I prefer to leave some room for doubt. Queermint says, I have a cat on my lap. She's happy because I gave her some food. That's great. Imagine if real police spent more than 27 streams solving a crime. Yeah, they'd probably get fired or the case would be closed as unsolved. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait till we die, basically. Which will take no more than 2 additional minutes, I believe. I'm pretty sure if we're in here at 1:30, we will be killed because the game will not allow us to witness major events directly. I guess one thing to consider here is Anita claims that she sees Juiced while she's out walking. It's possible that that is correct because she describes him as in a hurry. Like, when we come back here later, this window is smashed and has been opened. And there, Roy's earring is on the ground. I have pretty much been assuming that Juiced is killed in his sleep and his body is then carried to the pier and dumped off the pier. However, it is entirely possible that that is incorrect. It is possible that Juiced hears someone breaking into his house and he books it. And that's when Anita sees him. And then he's killed elsewhere and then dumped off the pier. Or maybe he's, basically killed right at the pier even. Dronin says it's not a bug. I was trying to track numbers with Cheat Engine for the wrong thing as it turns out, and only by a fortuitous coincidence found out what was really happening. Interesting. There we go. Right at 1:30 we die. And it makes it clear that we're murdered. Murdered by knife. Had to wax the pier, perhaps. Okay. Man. Every week I'm like, man, I want to keep playing this. I could easily do like at least a 12-hour stream of this game without getting bored, I think. Music is a little too intense. A little too intense for 1:40 in the morning. I need another bathroom break. I think I'll do that. I'll come back. We'll go through the quiz and see how it goes, and then we'll wrap up for the night. But I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Hello, Becca Bevy. Welcome. Music is funny, but also kind of good. I agree. Okay. Derek Ironbutt said, do it. Just kidding. Your health is more important. Honestly, like, I could easily stay up very late and continue playing this game, but I should go to bed eventually. It is a good idea to go to bed. Yes, we're going to load. Ooh. Yeah, we'll do the save number 3. That's fine. We saved over slot 4, and I don't want to bother to reload that right now. Wait, let's see. Okay, I have the medallion in hand, and I think I've already unlocked it in this save. So this will get us to the quiz pretty quickly. All right, we do have to wait. But we're in superb condition. Anita's alone. She's crying over the sad end of the last of the Maupitis. Need to sleep. At work, we're having a staff barbecue tomorrow. Nice. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, and I hope you sleep well and enjoy your barbecue. Okay, so we got to wait until 4 p.m. Oh, there's the gunshot. Gets me every time. Sorry about the gunshot, everyone. Got a lot of waiting to do here. Glad to hear that, Dronan. Okay. So it's 3:20. We can do one more. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait. Well, actually, no. I don't. I've gotten pretty good at this. It'll only take me a couple minutes, I think. And time freezes, so. Okay. So turn that out. Take that. Oh no, my hands are full. Oh, we can put the medallion in place. And then take this, dump it in there. And let's see. Then we put it in there. And then we turn. Oh, the water's rising. And we got to wait for a minute. Hinton says, remember the rhyme. Save 1, lots of fun. Save 2, lots to do. Save 3, this one's third. Save 4 after third. That is a good way to remember what they all are. Thank you. Okay, we're dumping that out. And then we're putting the shell we have in here to fill it up again. And then we're filling that up again. And then we're dumping that out again. And then we're putting the water in our shell into there. And I think we have 2 measures of water now. Great. I'm going to take this one. Oops. We can't do that. We'll put that there for now. Take this one. Put it here. We'll take this one and we'll dump that water into there. And then we'll put that down. We take this one. If anyone just has no idea what I'm doing, I'm basically following a riddle that we worked out over a very long period of time previously. Okay. So I think everything is correct. I'm not positive I have these shells on the right sides, but I think I do. Yeah, there we go. Open sesame. Stop. This game isn't over. It goes on. It goes on for so long. In fact, you have everything necessary to solve the mystery of Marie's kidnapping. You'll be asked a certain number of questions about this investigation. Answer according to your most profound convictions. These questions will help you solve the mystery. Who is Anita? A drug dealer, a criminal, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other? Ooh, boy. This game is such a bully. I love it. Author, she's my homegirl. I've been wondering for a while if revolutionary might be the correct answer here. Dorana says you got the answer to this tonight. Did someone specifically describe her as a revolutionary? I think they did. And I think I didn't really react to it much. Like I noticed that answer and I thought about it, but it didn't occur to me that was the answer to this question. Hello, Torsten Bronger. With your now gained experience, what advice would you give to someone who wants to play this game methodologically? Honestly, I would recommend that anyone who wants to play this game, wait until Dronon releases their guide for the game. Like, I think for most people, like, this is the kind of game where it's you really need some guidance. Like, my understanding is their guide is going to cover like just, gameplay mechanics that are not really described in enough detail, and then like hints. So like, it's not going to give you the answer to everything right away unless you want that. And then there'll be a spoilers section if you do want the answers. And I feel like that kind of a guide is much needed to make this game approachable. But if someone wanted to play it without a guide, like, honestly, my best advice is just to take lots and lots of notes, write everything down. I feel like there's not necessarily any one right way to do it, but you absolutely need to write everything down that you learn. One of the dudes says outright she's a revolutionary. Yeah. Like I said, it didn't stand out to me at the time. Because I've been thinking that might be the correct answer to this. Like it's kind of the vibe she has, to me. Yeah, I can't remember who it was. But yeah, I feel pretty sure about that. I should write down, that way I don't have to watch the stream back. I can just write down the answers as I do them. Okay, so number 4. Who is Anita? Revolutionary. Who was Anton with the night of the 31st? Anton with Sue. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juiced alive? Last to see Juiced. So, like, I have expressed some doubt about Anita. Just because we know now, like at one point I remembered, oh right, we watched Juiced asleep right up until 1:30. So, like I said, my perception of that, based on what the game will allow us to see, is that he is murdered in his sleep. But we don't know that. That is absolutely an assumption I made. And what Anita tells us is that she sees Juiced in a big hurry. So I think it makes more sense that Juiced takes off. Because I continue to be fairly confident that it is Roy that kills Juiced. So yeah, I think Anita is correct. I'm going to continue answering that. Unless we learn otherwise. Who kidnapped Marie? I think I'm going to say nobody, because I still think that makes the most sense. However, what if Anita is the Lady in Black? We know Anita doesn't like Marie. Bob is super convinced that Anita is the Lady in Black. Like, honestly, like the biggest strike against that theory is like, that's what I thought the first time I did this quiz, and that was the worst result I got. But who knows? Maybe I was right about that and I just got everything else a little bit wrong. Let's think about this. If Anita is the Lady in Black, why does Marie need an encryption piano? And why? Could it be that Anita and Marie are working together? That doesn't really add up with the way people talk about them. That doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. You can just run the quiz 1,000 times and complete the game via the quiz metagame. So they randomize the questions you're asked, and then they also give you this vague range. So, probably after 1,000 times you could work it out, but they do make it tricky. Maybe she met a very pushy piano salesman, perhaps. It doesn't make sense to me that Marie and Anita were working together. Like, it's possible, it seems like an unlikely explanation of everything. I can't think of like, maybe Lucy, since we know so little about her, could be the Lady in Black, but it seems unlikely to me. I think we would have learned more about her by now if that was the case, is my hunch. So I feel like Anita and Marie are the best bets at who the lady in black is. Anita is honest, like that's mostly based on what Bob says. And I think Bob is basing that mostly on knowing that Anita does not like Marie. So therefore, if someone were to kidnap Marie, who would be the most likely to? Yeah, I don't think it doesn't seem convincing to me. So I think I'm going to go with nobody. Like that's definitely something I want to look into. But for now, we're going to say nobody. Who signs their name the lady in black? So we're going to say Marie. What does she do? I'm greatly abbreviating my answers here. We're going to say drug traffic again. We got some additional confirmation that is the right idea here. Who is the lady in black's accomplice? It is interesting that I'm getting the same questions here. As I did last time. And also, oh no, the second time we did the quiz, we got similar questions, but it skipped who was Anton with. Okay. Who is the lady in black's accomplice? So let's see. My previous answers were Maggie last time, which that was mostly based on, I think, like we know that the two of them are very close. And my thought was like, Maggie seems to be in a position of power and presumably has a decent amount of money. So like, I don't know, it just seems like someone who could be helpful in a drug trafficking operation, or who could, perhaps ultimately be behind it. But the fact that Maggie is so upset at the beginning of the game, like, unless there's some explanation of, maybe she thinks Marie is dead for some reason at that point. Like, unless we have some reason to believe that, I feel like it doesn't make sense that Maggie would be the lady in black's accomplice. Honestly, any of these is just a huge guess. I feel like we have not enough information on any of this. I no longer think that Juiced is an accomplice to anything. Like, he finds that wig and he just goes to burn it. It's not like a planned, like, helping someone out. Maybe he is burning it because for whatever reason he doesn't want someone else to see that wig. But that's, not really the same as being an accomplice. And there's no reason, we're not given any reason to suggest that Juiced is helping out with the general Lady in Black operation at this point. Just catching up on chat here. Connor says, you're right. It does seem like they've designed it so you can't play the metagame. Yeah. Hinton says, remember, on the hardware of the time, it was only possible to play this game in real time. Hello, Bargain Bin MF. Good to see you. I'm inclined to say nobody. Just because we're not given a lot of evidence to suspect anyone else. To me, it doesn't seem... It just occurred to me that they're maybe expecting Bob as the answer here. I don't know why that didn't occur to me sooner. Like, they've clearly worked together before. I was thinking of accomplice as more someone that's like, you know, fully in on the operation and like helping out, you know, 100% on a regular basis, run whatever, you know, drug trafficking or whatever they're doing. But Bob totally makes sense. Like the letters from the Lady in Black, they suggest that they've worked together in the past. Not Roy. He knows how to decipher the note. Yeah, like... That is a good point. But also, like... He has to... It takes him a long time to figure out how to get into the piano. He has to break into the bookcase to get the chess book. So he does have some amount of information. Man, I'm trying to like... there's so many different things to piece together here. And also, like... So at this point, I'm pretty confident that Roy kills Juiced over the wig. But why? How does the wig relate to everything else? I think the wig is evidence of something else that Roy did. Maybe he is worried that Juiced is figured out. Or will figure out who the Lady in Black really is. It does kind of make sense, doesn't it? Baron Redwing said, I've been worried about that too. It could be Bob as the accomplice even though he refused to help. Right. And he does. Well, I guess it's unclear whether he eventually agrees to help. I think maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's the accomplice of whoever is opposed to the Lady in Black then. Yeah, that's possible. You're saying a drunk guy worked out the piano and the chess move cipher in a single night. So like specifically like what I've worked out of the situation, he sees Juiced fish a wig out of the water. And then for whatever reason, after seeing that, he goes into Marie's room, breaks into the bookcase, and takes the chess book out. So, like, he very quickly goes for that. Like, I think he knows something about the encryption, right? But he doesn't, the note is already in the piano at this point. So the encrypted message has been generated by the piano, but he doesn't know how to get it. So he takes the book. Let's look at his exacts. See exactly what he does after that. So he breaks into Marie's room. He goes to the bar. He goes to the pier. There's a time period where I'm not sure exactly what he's up to for a couple of hours. But then later he's back at the bar and he gets drunk. And like he's super drunk. And that is when, for whatever reason, he finally figures out the piano thing. Like Maggie hears a noise in the bar. We can see after the fact that there's a cigarette butt in front of the piano, right where the ashtray goes in. So like he somehow figures that out and gets the note out of the piano at that point in time. So like he has some idea what he's trying to do, but it takes him 4 hours to get there. And then once he's got the note, he is able to decrypt it pretty easily. Like while drunk, it takes him from like 11 p.m. to 2:30 at the latest to figure it out and write the decrypted message on the note. So now I am kind of wondering if the answer to this is Roy. Going to laugh if the lady in black is a boat. So seeing the wig might have told him that Marie was involved. Do we know what color the wig is? What we know is that Sue saw Juiced get the wig out of the water and initially described it as yellow algae. So to me, and then if we butter her up a little bit, she admits that it maybe wasn't a wig, but maybe wasn't algae, that it looked odd in some way. So to me, that says it's probably like a blonde wig. Or at least pretty light in color. The only other person we know, the only other woman at least that we know of for sure with blonde hair, I think anyone at all, is Lucy. But I can't figure out how that fits in. Like, it's interesting that Marie and Lucy are described in very similar ways, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that, like, I'm wondering if it's possible that they're the same person, but like it seems like everyone involved would know that they're the same person and just a wig. Like everyone here seems to know both of them pretty well, except for like Chris. So I don't think that makes sense. I can't make sense of the wig. We don't really have enough information, I guess. The only other thing relating to the wig that we know is that when Roy gets shot at, Anita says he looked like he saw a ghost. So I mean, there's a little bit of making assumption on my part, but I feel like this is a decent guess that Roy, especially the more we learn about Roy, well, shit. Like every time I have an idea, like I'm like trying to like compare it with all the other stuff I put together, and like I feel like I get confused at some point, and like things I'm putting together don't make sense with like the current state of what I think is happening, if that makes sense. But like my thought is Roy either thought someone was dead or tried to kill someone, and it turns out it was actually someone else wearing a wig, is what I think makes sense there. But I feel like if that is correct, it doesn't make sense for Roy to be the accomplice. I'm sorry, Silver. The anguish of learning about Roy. And then I guess the other question is like, if Roy is willing to murder Juiced because Juice saw a wig, like, does that make sense if Roy is just part of a drug smuggling operation? Especially when Juiced immediately goes to burn the wig. I think, I mean, ultimately there's got to be something significant that I'm missing here. I'm just going to pick an answer, and I'm leaning towards nobody. Let's see, what are the other questions we get asked? Motive for killing, who kills Juiced? Roy. Motive, the wig. Exact hour, 1:30. Target of the shots, Roy. Time, 10:30. Or Bob. Bob might make sense. I think I might say Bob, actually. I'm going to say Bob. But because he's clearly worked with the Lady in Black previously, I think that seems pretty well confirmed, even if he wasn't willing to this time. Who killed Juiced? Roy. The motive? A wig. Who did the wig belong to? Okay. Now I'm coming back around to the questions we get do depend on our previous answers. We've never gotten this question before. Everybody go to bed. I'm getting there. A whole new stream emerges. Who did the wig belong to? I mean, I've pretty much said all I have to say about the wig. I think I'm going to say Lucy just because, you know, she's the only other person we've seen with blonde hair. What happened to Lucy? She had an accident. She's gone. She's dead. She's been kidnapped. She's disappeared. So what everyone in the game tells us is that she left the island. Went where she wanted, according to Bob. According to Anton, Roy helped her get away. According to Roy, I wish I had the full text of this one. She was scared they tried to ice her, hid in his cabin. So the way Roy puts it, someone was trying to kill her? Shit, does this actually... Yeah, I don't know. I was about to say, does this maybe suggest that, like, Lucy is Marie's accomplice or the Lady in Black's accomplice or something? Why was someone trying to kill her? Roy said she got off at Pont Louis at Mauritius. Maggie said she went where she felt like. Sue said she left without saying anything and owed her money. So, like, that was an interesting response. Like, it suggests that Lucy left in a hurry for whatever reason. Anita says that Roy helped her. But I have been kind of wondering, especially now that the quiz is, I think, suggesting I'm right about Roy killing Juiced over the wig. Like, my thought, and I had this idea, I can't remember when, at least last week, that Roy didn't actually help Lucy escape. He killed her for some reason. I don't know why, but it seemed like a possibility. There's also the whole white slavery thing. I have no idea what to make of all that. Like, I guess it's possible she's been kidnapped? And maybe Roy is in on the white slavery shit? I don't know. Maybe someone just really hates wigs. I think I'm going to go with she's dead. Who was Lucy? A drug dealer, a thief, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other. Man. God. The other thing that I hate to think about is what if the game does give me different questions based on my answers, but what if it's just fucking with me? For all I know, I'm not getting these questions because I'm on the right track. It's just trying to throw me off further. I have no idea what the answer to this could be. The only thing that comes to mind is Juice said that she stole his amulet. And I've been wondering for a long time if she was trying to get the medallion or something. Like, also, like, that whole thing seemed weird because of that photo of them together. Like, you know, just because they're sitting together, it's not like they're, you know, like hugging or something, right? They're not necessarily friends in this photo, but they're sitting together on a beach. Like, there's a basket of fruit in front of them, and it's at Juice's house. So, like, he presumably had this photo on purpose at some point, and just, like, I don't know, they had a falling out, I guess. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of all this. If the percentages are not a bug, this would explain the discrepancy. Yeah. Who was Lucy? Blackmailer. Are these the same? I feel like these are different options than we get with... Okay, no, they're the same. Oh, no, they are different. When we're asked who Anita is, there's drug dealer, criminal, blackmailer, or other. Oh, I skipped writing down revolutionary. That's funny. Criminal, thief. Not sure if I've ever known less than I do right now. Same, Hinton. Same. I'm going to say other. I think this is probably wrong. The target of the shots. Okay, so we're getting more questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've already had 12. So I think maybe the percentage discrepancy is if we give the wrong answers, we don't get all the questions, and the game considers the questions we aren't asked to have wrong answers. I think it's giving the total number we got right out of whatever the maximum number of questions is. That's what I think. Target of the shots, Roy. $10:30. You have between 50 and 75% of the correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. Carry on with your investigation. That's the best we've gotten yet. I feel pretty good about that. Look where thinking has got us. Dronout says 75 to 100. Thank you. Presumably not 100, though. But maybe we only got one wrong. This fucking game. The screen looks like we're looking up somebody's nose. Does it? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Let's click through. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that we're just getting kicked out. Back to the game here. We'll just wait here and drown while I wrap up stream. So the game rounding down if you're at exactly 75% or something. I mean, we don't know exactly what it's doing. So that time we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14 questions. Previously we got 11 every time. What's good enough for the police? 70%? I don't want to answer to this, but my assumption is that we need to get everything correct. Either that or we need to get in the 75 to 100% according to the game. Like you would have to have 76% for it to say you have any better. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I would think that's probably the case, but only the programmers know for sure. Progress. Confused progress, but palpable. Yeah, I feel pretty good about today's stream. We're so close. We're so close. So the answer is the game is fucking with you, but also not. I mean, my concern with it fucking with me was that it was giving me misleading questions. But based on the percentage we got, I don't think that's the case. I think certain questions were only given if we answer previous questions correctly. Which I would describe as fucking with you, but not in the way I was worried. Which is good. Right, like it's looking if you have a score within that range, even if it's at the very top of that range. Yeah, I think so. If you could go back in time, what would you tell the robot spacer from Stream 7? Do all the spreadsheets from the start. I should have started spreadsheets from the beginning. Oh no, we've died. That's another one for the tally. Too late. The tide took you rapidly. You died by drowning. Your body will never be found. This is a much more agreeable death tune, I think. It's not the SAT test fucking with you. Okay. Man. I'm so dying to get to the end of this game. It feels increasingly frustrating to go between this to my Friday streams where I'm just like drawing pictures and stuff, but I think we'll stick to that. I've been tempted to do more Maupiti streams, but I feel like that's the wrong thing to do. So, schedule will continue on as it has been. This Friday, I will actually start painting. I went shopping for painting supplies over the weekend. I didn't actually buy anything because we determined that I should have looked more carefully at the stuff on Secret Crush already had. But now I've done that. I've determined she's got plenty of paints for me to use at least this week. And she's got a palette knife, so I just need a few other things. I'm just going to get some new brushes of my own and some the surface I want to paint on is like a manufactured wood board with gesso over it. And I want to get some of that to do my practice paintings on. So this Friday we'll do some smaller practice paintings that are like half size, and just kind of get used to painting and figure out colors I want to use and stuff like that. Have a set of riddles if you need focus. Okay. I will keep that in mind in the future. Maupiti grind set is not the vibe. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it feels like once a week is the way to do it, even if it is a little bit frustrating to me to wait each time. Let's see. I'm looking at who we can raid here. Always lots of options. Let me check it. What everybody's playing here. So yeah, that'll be on Friday, and then a week from today, we'll be back at it for stream 28 of Maupiti Island. Once again. Genuine 90s Liquitex acrylic paints, exactly. Thank you, Puzzle. You're welcome. Rez Mason said, we believe in you even though your death by quicksand frequency is a smidge high. Thank you, Rez. Appreciate that. Yes, Efton, we are using acrylic paints is the plan. Should be pretty easy to work with, I think. I'm pretty sure the small amount of painting, like I've done a little bit of watercolor, but I feel like I've probably used acrylic at some point. Like I said, very little painting experience, but I at least have a small amount of confidence in my ability to do okay. I'm really curious how well it's going to go. I'm having trouble choosing who to raid here. Let's see. Yeah, this looks fun. Neon Arcade has a Hideo Kojima month every June. And he's playing Metal Gear MSX2 right now. The original Metal Gear on real MSX Turbo R hardware. Okay, got it. It looks like a good time to me. Oh, I got randomly framey? That's rude. Right at the end of stream while I'm trying to wrap up. They dry quick. Yeah. It has Dr. Hole. I have no idea what that means, but I hope we get to find out. Okay. Thank you all again. I appreciate you all hanging out. There's some raid messages if you would like to join the Robot Parade. I hope y'all have a great rest of your week. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Unsecret Crush is doing a special Genshin stream tomorrow. For all the Genshin fans in the chat. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you around. Bye.